Yeah, I saw that earlier. It's dire.
Nice.
And audio is on the stream.
Mhm.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Here we are back again. Final Fan Tuesdays.
Is that what we're calling it now?
That's what I've been calling it, yeah.
I. Okay.
I have not said it out loud till
Oh,
now.
okay.
So that's why.
Okay.
But
For,
all the
for a
stream.
second there, I thought I've forgotten. I felt very
No,
bad.
I realize I have not actually said it out loud, but it is what I've been
Okay.
titling the streams. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see if it
Okay.
sticks. If I go, because I might not be doing
I
just Tuesdays eventually, but we'll see.
I think it's a good title either way.
Yeah.
Um. So
Even if I stream on Sunday, I will call it Final Fan Tuesday.
hmm, I will say, excuse me if I'm a little off guard out of it than I usually would be. My digital allergies are really bad because there's a lot of virtual pollen in the air or something. Let's go with that.
Sure. Yeah.
I got allergies real bad.
Yeah.
Is the point. Um Anyway, Final Fantasy is a video game
Final
created
Fantasy
by the company Squaresoft in the year I forget.
90 something. I don't know. Fine, but yeah, we are back at it again in Final Fantasy. Oh dear.
At the Krispy Kreme.
Oh, okay. God, I'm using a
Yes.
different controller this time, and it's connected as an X input, so now it's using the lower button as accept instead of the right button, and that's gonna throw me off for a bit, probably.
It's fine. You'll have a couple of misinputs and die, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, now we just need to play this game for exactly 82 more hours? Or 72 more hours, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, now, like, a little shorter.
A little shorter than that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time we left off having just finished the fire dungeon and about to go into a place called the Ice Cavern. We are in a pretty good spot team-wise and supply-wise, so let's go on ahead.
Oh, more of these
More
guys.
of these guys.
These guys just keep showing up.
Yeah, they are not as big a problem anymore, but yeah. Yeah, we are laying waste. Also, the discrepancy in our health values across the team is absolutely bananas now.
Yeah, it's getting up there.
Oh, thank you for following. Hello, Allison. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Thank you for the follow.
Heck yeah. Oop.
Oop. Oh no, stunned again. The way this game likes to just have status effects be applied after enemy basic attacks will
It's very
always
weird.
throw me off.
It's very weird.
And first time chat.
game is
Hello, Allison. Doing classic greeting symbol of Final Fantasy.
Hello, Allison.
Good old. I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Good old. Good old. O / the universal sign of greeting.
The universal sign of I don't have lolly ho yet.
I still do it even with lolly ho. It's a text lolly ho.
That's true.
Seems like there's nothing else in that path, so continuing onward, down we go.
This dungeon actually feels like a dungeon from later Final Fantasies. It's really weird.
Yeah, there was one path earlier. We did not go further down. Not too worried about it, but
It's probably fine.
so far this feels okay.
Yeah,
This does also, although we did leave off last time having looked at the number of rewards, as this probably is going to be a smaller bit of the game than the dungeons we've just been doing.
Mhm.
Gigas is a slightly beefier boy.
So though, it's generally nice to have, you know, a dungeon that isn't a series of very large rooms.
There are cracks in the floor here. I don't know if those are just cosmetic or if I will fall in. We'll
better
see.
safe than sorry. Oh, hey, you can learn that with blue magic.
Yep. More on that in about 4 games. Yeah.
You called it.
Although I don't see where an opening in that series of cracks. Well, we'll try again when we get back up there.
I think we maybe could have approached from the side, but I'm not sure.
Maybe. Alright. Let's see what this person wants. Oh, geez, it's a whole bunch of ghosts and zombies. All in one trench coat. Luckily, we have magic.
God, being able to multi-target is so important in this one.
Yeah. They throw a lot of enemies at you in the early in the first Final Fantasy especially. I think the second one also kind of does a fair bit of this, but this one definitely. Oh, we have floor hazards again. Oh boy.
Oh, it's just spikes. Great.
Ah, the blue eyes white dragon. Actually, more the yellow eyes.
Feels like a mist dragon. Went down very quickly though for a dragon.
Yeah.
And for like a single monster encounter in general.
We are pretty strong, right, at this point in the game, it seems. Yep. We are mostly dealing with across the whole dungeon, a battle of attrition with the whole dungeon, basically. It's not about what one. Most enemies still seem to go ahead of us a little bit. Oh, big HP ups for Jack.
He needs
ice armor.
He needs it
Mithril
so bad.
gloves. We already have mithril gloves. So I mean, the element has to mean something, I guess. So. No one else can wear the mithril gloves, so that's just free money later. Nope. Nothing over there. Oh dear.
It's fine. Probably. Maybe.
I think we got it. Now this is feeling like a Final Fantasy I dungeon.
Yep.
So other than the attack on your sinuses by the bastard known as Pollen, how have you been doing?
Doing all right. Sorry, again, my brain's a little slow today.
That's fine.
Mostly just been thinking about, well, one, how bad the VGAs are.
Yeah, that's
and two, how much of a smart idea Dragon Ball by Daylight is.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, it'll depend. Like, it's obviously possible to make a game like that bad, but it's such a cool idea.
It's been done bad before, so yeah.
It has. The biggest example of that genre is kind of bad.
Yeah, and yet it's still better than most of that genre.
Yep.
Which is the sad part. It seems like a very natural idea to go with, though, in a way of ways to keep making Dragon Ball games where you can get a lot of characters in without doing Xenoverse 3 yet.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Molly. We were just talking about Dragon Ball Daylight.
Dragon Ball The Breakers.
Dragon Ball Daylight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so place your bets. How many mimics? How many monsters?
At least 2, probably 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna say 4. I'm gonna go with a solid 4. Okay, well that's 1 without monsters. 2.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. First monster chest.
The anti-time cop faction. If they were, they wouldn't be a very successful faction because they're all wimps.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess the Breakers are the anti-time cop faction, like, straight up, huh?
Yeah.
In Xeno... Okay. Well, maybe.
In the extended Dragon Ball Heroes Online Xenoverse universe.
Mm-hmm. It is supposed to take place in the Xenoverse-averse.
Okay,
so
that makes sense, yeah.
it would make sense. My biggest... I talked about this on Twitter, and also Millie separately also had this very smart idea. One of the raiders, one of the hunters they should introduce later on, is they should have Goku. But Goku is specifically there trying to train the survivors to survive better, and he's just too fucking much. He doesn't know his limits.
Yeah, I saw that idea. It's very good.
They gotta do it, and they should pay me for giving them the very good idea.
They should. But yeah, I think I'm very excited to see, like, of all characters people love to see more of in Dragon Ball things, it's the villains, it's the monsters, so having that's an easy way to get excitement about one of that kind of game. Is all like, it's like, you know, like, new update for Dragon Ball The Breakers. It's Zamasu, you know. Well, I was off. Oh, hey, wait a minute.
What?
Huh? I became Jack.
What?
Oh, hey, the L button changes who you're playing as.
That's fun.
The L and R buttons change your icon. Let's be our white mage for a bit. Well,
sounds good.
It was two monsters amongst 6 checks. Yep.
I called it.
Tarble, Vegeta's brother.
They should have Jocko as one of the survivors also. Somebody else, another.
Yeah.
That one isn't my idea. Namco doesn't need to pay me for that one. But having Jocko would be very good.
Yeah, Jocko as one of the raiders would be pretty good. As one of the survivors would be pretty neat. I like that they are playing with the. I like the idea that, like, they are showing it off with Oolong. You know, going so it gets.
Yeah.
You get to see it. It's kind of like a prop hunt kind of vibe, and I'm into that.
Like, they showed him. It also looks like. It looks like multiple characters can use vehicles, but it kind of felt like they were implying that it was the Bulma character's thing to have them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's like the vehicles or something. Well, it's a game that, you know, obviously we don't know a whole lot about yet. So I'm very interested in seeing more about. Yeah, Molly did show earlier that they have said that there is a whole perk tree style progression system.
Yeah, which I imagine just based on it, abilities are going to be tied more to survivors, which is probably for the best. I mean,
yeah. Also, to echo what a lot of people have said, farmer with shotgun as survivor.
That would also be very good.
Yeah. Yeah, just getting to play as the less superpowered characters of Dragon Ball, as you know, trying to survive the very scary monster characters.
Yeah. Rare Cell ability to produce Cell Juniors, maybe. I think it would be smart to save that sort of thing for if they do a Nappa and have a Nappa whose thing is something Cybermen.
Oh yeah, Gohan's classmates, that would be cool. Yeah, I think also they did a really smart thing with the trailer because of choosing Cell, I think, as the first killer, because it's a very easy way to sort of show that there is going to be some sort of the idea of like a form progression for the killer. Like as they go along, they get more powerful too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh hey, we somehow that other path that I never took at the beginning brought us here. Was coming up from the basement.
There's also a power up. Like, apparently with the power-up system, there's also going to be straight-up mercy rule, which is probably fine. Like, if you don't escape in time, or if they progress on their power-up far enough, they just take out everybody at once, which is fine.
Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Yeah. And, like, I think it's going to be interesting to see if that's going to be the power-up thing, if that's going to be, like, a Cell exclusive thing, or if they plan go, because like I feel like with Kid Buu, with Buu and Frieza, they could very easily just have them start out in their final forms for sure. But it would be very interesting to see similar progression stuff going on with them.
Yeah.
But I think Cell is you know, the very obvious character who would have that as his whole thing for sure.
I have a feeling something that they might do, thinking about it, is they might, with the Cell one in particular, certain characters might be designated arbitrarily the ones you need to keep Cell from getting.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
That would be something kind of akin to the obsession system in Dead by Daylight. I realize we are near level 30 already in this game, dang. But yeah, I am saving there. If we fall back down, if we fall in the pit again, I'm just gonna load the save. Actually, and I'll probably just quick save at that chest when we get back there. I don't need to respect this game's dungeons any more than I already have.
Having different ways to sense survivors, that's neat.
That kind of makes sense.
I'm curious how they handle that. Like, the maps seem pretty big, so that's also going to affect how things work pretty drastically.
Boo's gonna have a whole thing of like turning people to candy to get them. That's gonna be his thing probably, and I'm interested in seeing that.
Somebody brought this up earlier. And I have been thinking about it since. Do you ever think about how in the Dragon Ball setting, the only person on the planet who's never died is Mr. Satan?
Yeah.
He's never died, and he's the only person who has never died.
Yeah. That is fun. That's very funny, yeah.
Bulma never died? No, she dies during Buu Saga. She gets eaten as candy.
Yeah.
She's one of them. Yeah. Yeah, like, everybody on the planet dies during the Buu Saga, except Mr. Satan. He's the one who survives.
Yeah, human extinction attack.
Again, like, apparently it's just the part of the idea is that they have a mercy rule where every killer, every hunter, whatever you want to call them, gets to a point where they just they can take out all the survivors at once. Which is, again, probably fine. Having a time limit on matches so things don't get dragged out and, like, there is a time pressure to get things done, that's probably okay.
Yeah. We are off to kill chaos in some amount of hours.
Yeah, it's not just a want, it's a hunger, a need, a thirst. Now let me listen to my Limp Bizkit. Hold on.
Quick saving.
Just one of those days. Don't want to wake up.
Ah, monsters. Oh, geez. It's these guys. It's like that guy we fought earlier.
Yeah, I'm a dark wizard.
Ah, thank you for the follow, Balach.
Beware my magical spells.
These guys have such, like, Jim Henson energy to them.
They do.
This is like Labyrinth, Dark Crystal, like, style, like, goblins here.
They're about to start singing about Dance Magic Dance.
Yeah. Cloves! Oh boy! Okay.
Considering they're dark wizards, they could
back
say.
here.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I
Quick
feel
saving
like
again.
as soon as we,
Yeah, it's like,
The crystal itself, I'm not sure how we get to that, or gemerald, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Grappling hook? That's neat. They also get to just turn into rockets for a second. That's fun.
Oh, is that a thing that they said? Is that they get a grappling hook? That's cool. I love me a grappling hook.
Everybody should love a grappling hook. They're good.
The new Halo has a grappling hook as a thing you can pick up and use, and it's cool.
Do you know what other game has a grappling hook? Several different characters, in fact. Sonic Roboblast 2. Hi, I've been playing a lot of Sonic Roboblast 2 lately.
Oh yeah, sounds like DVD tools style thing. That makes sense, yeah.
Makes sense. There's another big system in it, apparently, where there are... I think they're called, like, dragon skills, where you can get items that let you use Z-Fighter moves, briefly. So, like, during the trailer, there's a point where the off-brand Goku-looking guy uses a solar flare, and also there's, like, screenshots of him using a Kamehameha, and that's probably that.
I have to wonder if maybe there's just an alternate path down here, or as on the way back up that I missed, that might take us higher, and we drop down into there, maybe?
That's probably it. We probably have to get up above it.
Got that FF1 dungeon design going on here still. Very, very unintuitive. Or no, not unintuitive. It's just so long as to sort of obfuscate progression really hard. But yeah, I'm definitely interested in Dragon Ball: The Breakers for sure. Yeah, it's like I'm always interested in these kind of games now, in seeing like how they're gonna handle balance and such. Like this one, a big thing. I'm like it's one big thing that I'm noticing that I notice already about that they've shown is that they said like it's like 7 or 8 survivors.
Yeah, it's
which is
so
a very
person game.
Yeah, which is a very big difference in terms of how many people are going. Which so if in general, so it might in general be like an idea of making those survivors in general a bit weaker, which makes sense for Dragon Ball. That makes sense for Dragon Ball, is the regular ass people versus Cell or Frieza.
Yeah,
is
I
incredibly
think some of that...
high ratio. Yeah, huge map. It's a thing of like this kind of game in general is a very delicate balance, and that's why so many of them have not succeeded.
I think one thing that, given the size the game might be going for, which is very important for balance for that type of game, I doubt with a 7 survivor group that they're gonna have full squads of friends.
Yeah, you
not. You might be able to party up with like a couple of friends, but I don't think you'll have a full squad.
I don't think you're gonna get a whole that's just that. Yeah, most people aren't gonna be grouping up aren't really getting like together a whole group of 7 people.
I don't think you could organize it, and I can see them just not allowing it.
I think like they'll allow people to squad up. I'm sure it's just that's not going to be a thing anyone really really organizes well.
Yeah, like my bet is that it will be like 3-person squads.
These are different enemies for this dungeon.
Fortnite style, I guess. Fortnite does 3-person squads, right? And like
I think it goes up. I think it goes up to 4 total.
Right. Well, I'm thinking it'll be like 3 or 4 probably.
Yeah.
And that'll probably be the cap on your friend's squad.
Yeah. It's gonna be. Yeah, I would have to look into it more. I don't know exactly all that they've said about it in terms of how it will function, how it will flow as a game. Also, I think I just didn't go into this room before, and this is progression.
Yeah. I don't think they've given a lot of direct details.
Yeah,
the one thing that they've said that's very good is it's specifically stated that all the survivors' power levels are around level 5. Which is very funny.
Yeah, standard human power level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think here it is. Here we go. All right.
It'll be interesting to see how it plays once the data comes out.
The big thing with these kind of games, for sure, that you need to know sort of first is like what are the victory conditions for each side. Like obviously. For the raider, the victory condition is killing everybody. Obviously, what are necessarily the victory conditions for the survivors? And
they've said one.
Yeah, it seems like one of them, at least from the trailer, seemed to be like find something like the time machine or something. And
you get into the time machine and escape the temporal wedge you're in that the killer's in. Yeah.
But there is also a thing of like they show in the trailer, like a weapon you use, but from the vibe I get is that it seems like, and just knowing Dragon Ball, that's probably not going to be like you can kill Cell or someone as these characters.
I don't think you're gonna kill Cell with a missile.
So like it could very well be like that's sort of the equivalent of like dropping a pallet on them or something, that kind of thing, like a stun kind of ability.
Yeah, which I imagine you can get Z Fighter attacks too. Apparently, I don't imagine those are anything but stuns either.
Yeah, like I mean the example you gave was like solar flare. That's not gonna kill necessarily.
There's a Kamehameha too, but again, I don't think that's going to be more than a stun either.
I mean,
Oh, look at this guy!
Yeah!
This guy is straight out of, well, I mean, I think...
Oh.
I'm thinking about it, and it would be... he's already gone, but I'm still going to talk about this. He's very Space Funeral, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Ah, the Levistone.
Neat.
And
Now
now
you can get an airship.
Now I am remembering how we weren't able to buy teleport or exit.
Yep. Not yet.
FF1.
But with the airship, we should be able to get the extra classes, right?
Yeah. But yeah. I mean, yeah, FF1 is very much a D&D game. They straight up have beholders throughout this series.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I do believe that enemy might have fully been a beholder at one point, or I know there was, and maybe still is, just a whole ass beholder in this game in FF1.
Yeah. Back then, Japanese companies would just take things from other stuff. Game companies would just take things from other stuff without really worrying about it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of both which company made those Batman NES platformers? The Batman
LJN,
platformers?
was that LJN who made that?
No, it's not them.
No, that was...
let me see.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's Batman NES. Sunsoft.
Yeah, Sunsoft.
Yeah, Sunsoft just straight up used, like, Spider-Man in that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Just was there. And then there was a Genesis port that removed some of that because there were actually eyes on it now, but...
Yeah. The early days of home video game consoles taking off were certainly a wild time when you look back on them like that.
Yeah, there's also, I cannot remember the name of it. It's like a somewhat obscure, very basic arcade game. But there's this arcade game that's just a parody of a bunch of different stuff, has all of these characters in it. Oh yeah, Shinobi had Spider-Man that turned into Devilman and Godzilla in it. But there's a character in, or there's a arcade game that has just all these different parodies of all these different characters from like different anime and movies and stuff, and literally in the credits, one of the things is in the credits is special thanks to all of these different companies. Please don't sue us.
Yeah. Or there's stuff like, there's also my favorite kind of example of this kind of thing is like, you know, toys being, you know, like a lot of plastic toys reusing molds of other toys and such, like how so I was watching a video, Chirokajo, cool streamer, LP, former, not many LPs anymore, but LP'd the Pokemon game, LP'd a lot of Pokemon games once. Does a video series where they randomly, because they know a lot about Magic the Gathering, they randomly select a Magic the Gathering card and do like a little, like, very short little video going over like just fun facts, details, interesting things about that card. And one that came up recently in their random draws was one of the recent D&D Magic cards, the Rust Beast. Which the fun fact about that was that a lot of, and this is all, just talking about like how D&D stuff was used and borrowed from other places and is that a lot of old D&D monsters were based on plastic dinosaur toys, which a specific set of plastic dinosaurs, which, well, it's not just that they used them, it's not just I mean, they weren't used as minis, they were used, but they were like used as reference for creating like the official art in like the books and such. And the fun fact about these is that these were not actual dinosaurs. These were toys using the molds of like tokusatsu monsters, kaiju, like Ultraman monsters.
God.
And that's where these weird designs for like the Rust Beast and the Owl Bear, the original Owl Bear and the Bugbear and such got their weird designs from, Was
That
that's just
makes
these guys,
sense.
these D&D, the guys making D&D had bought these little weird plastic dinosaur toys that weren't actually dinosaurs, and just used those as reference for these designs.
Amazing. That's great.
Yeah, it's really it's really interesting stuff. Okay, so we need to take the Levistone somewhere to get the airship. I'm pretty sure.
I do remember seeing one of those videos recently. I think it was about like the Flaming Skull or something, where it was about how in Bettiscombe Manor there's a very tangible human skull. That scream reverberates for miles.
Yes. Yeah. They did a skull post with they did because they are very close friends with Zorak. So they did one of Zorak's skull posts in the nature of their random card talking video. It was very good.
God.
But yeah, Tarokajo, very good follow for just if you want to learn, if you just want to see some cards about Magic the Gathering, or they did these very longer videos, them, Zorak, and MDCT, otherwise known as Doc, where they take like a subcategory of Magic the Gathering cards, like goblins or demons or swords or walls, one of those various categories of Magic cards there are, and rank them. And those are very fun videos.
Fun.
Those are very fun videos as well.
Yeah.
And yeah,
that sounds fun.
Yeah, Tarokajo also was formerly known on SA as Red Chocobo when they were doing those Pokemon LPs. Yeah, I also kind of what part of what led to me. What? I guess this is just because this is just such a weird collection of letters. I think it's because of the specific collection of letters that in a weird, non-standard orientation, the Automod thought you might have been trying to get around filters for a certain word, a certain very bad word. That's why it caught that one. But yeah,
weird.
Yeah, Ken Griff Jr. But yeah, I do believe actually, Red's LPs were why I first joined Something Awful a while back, and also it was actually during a stream, one of Red's streams. He was doing a streaming session of Pokemon Platinum, because I was the ongoing LP at the time. That I sort of got into my first D&D game, which is the group that eventually led to me meeting my now current best friend, Molly, in chat here.
So then you know who to blame.
Yeah. And also, kind of in a lot of ways, that whole time was what led to me joining being in a lot of the circles I'm in now, which, led to me meeting you.
Neat. Once again, you know who to blame.
I know who to blame. It's all that fucking Pokemon LP. Damn you. Yeah.
I was never in Something Awful. I was
and
a
you're
good
better
child.
off for it.
The only forums I ever went to were the Neopets forums, Gaia Online, and somebody connected to that guy with glasses. Personal. For that one.
The main forums I was in throughout my life was the first forums I ever joined when I was in middle school was a Legend of Zelda forum.
Nice.
And then after that, a while after that, is when I got into Gaia Online, primarily the role-playing forum.
The darkest corner of the internet I ever wandered into, if you could even call it that, was Sonic fan comics. And even then, it was just I just read the comics. I didn't interact with anybody.
Yeah.
Which is probably for the best, but...
Hell of a lineup of enemies here, jeez.
I do remember that guy with the glasses hired on The Amazing Atheist. It was weird even at the time.
Yeah.
Like, he did not fit content-wise.
I definitely used to be into that guy with the glasses too. I feel you. I mostly just watch Nostalgia Critic, but yeah.
I still follow some folks from that era.
I still occasionally will check out like Todd in the Shadows video, and he's not really part of that group anymore.
Yeah. Like most people are not part of that group anymore who are worth considering at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still watch Alison Fregler, who was Obscure Sluba, but changed that name. Mostly because she has committed to the sheer Sisyphean task of reviewing every single, or not reviewing, but giving a recap of every single episode of Baywatch. They're not reviews, it's her just making jokes using it as material, like very distinctly. There's stuff she does that are actual reviews nowadays, much more so than anything from that era, but with that, no, she's just making jokes. Because, like, it's fucking Baywatch. What are you going to say after a certain point?
There's only so much you can say about Baywatch.
I'm Griff. Exactly.
You can make like 1 hour or maybe 2 hour long video about Baywatch, and then you have nothing else to say about Baywatch.
Mm-hmm. She did also do All of Charmed, and those videos, pretty good overall. There's some awkward stuff early on, but
so I'm trying to remember if was it Elf Town that we have to go to for?
I think it was the mine.
You think it was the mine? Maybe
I think it was the dwarf mine.
I know in the dwarf mine that one of them was talking about Mithril. I don't remember if one of them was talking about Levistone.
I could have sworn one of them was talking about what?
I mean, I mean, with it being a stone, that makes the most sense. So I think I will go check there first.
But yeah.
I will say, of all the Final Fantasies, Final Fantasy 1 does most have the feeling of the whole world being a place you have to explore.
Yeah, no kidding. I had the Dawn of Souls remake. I never got very far in it, partially because this kind of gameplay is like pulling teeth to me. Yeah, I'm not big on directionless exploring.
Like I mentioned, I think last time or the time before, I definitely have the soft spot I have for this game because I played it when I was a teen and had more time.
Like, even something like Hollow Knight puts me off a little bit with that.
Yeah, Hollow Knight's got that issue too, for
sure. And I've never finished Hollow Knight. I really want to one of these days,
I love Hollow Knight. I have finished it in that I'm not going to play any more of it. I finished the main story. I got the true ending of the main story. This is mostly just me taking the opportunity, as I do quite often, to say fuck the DLC in Hollow Knight.
I've heard that the DLC
is just
really hard.
The DLC is just goes so hard in on the combat part of it, and I think the combat is one of the weakest parts of Hollow Knight overall. Like I don't dislike it overall at its core, but when the ways they push it, especially in the DLC, is just like, no, I don't want to. This is just hard and rough in ways I don't want to bother with. By dust, I assume you mean an Elysian Tale, Molly?
Yeah. I haven't finished that one either because I'm really bad at finishing video games.
Same.
But I enjoyed 8 of it. I think it's a pretty solid little game. Yeah. The one last thing I wanted to say about
I've just now come to the
series.
realization I could have just gone to the right and circled around, and I would be a
Yeah,
lot quicker
yeah.
than what I'm doing.
The world's not flat.
Yeah, the world is not flat.
Mm.
You know what RPG does? It's not like it's not there is only one RPG I can think of that just flat out does have a flat world, and that is Golden Sun. And that's actually part of the story of Golden Sun, where the edges of the world are crumbling away because of the death, the main power source of the world in that game, sort of dying out slowly. Golden Sun are games I kind of want to stream sometime because I like those games, but they are very long.
I've heard from so many people that revisiting them, it's rough. I don't know. I haven't played.
I mean, I have played them multiple times before, and like I still like playing them. It's just they're very long. They're very long games. They're very long, and it's the pacing is a problem for sure.
That is one other game where like there's a very big moment about the world being custom robo.
Really?
There's a famous bit towards the end of the story. A spoiler from Robo, but it's one of the things people know about that game's story because that game's story gets wild. Essentially, there is a conversation where at one point, towards the end of the game, mind you, where a character says, "All right, let's go over some real basic grade school stuff." So first off, what's the shape of the world? And you're given two answers of it's flat or it's round. And if you answer it's round, they're like, what the hell are you talking about? Of course it's flat. Are you kidding? Are you joking? And then, and the point being that the area you've been in the entire game, which is like a walled city, everybody thinks the world.
You are cutting out a tiny bit.
Could just be Discord. Having some trouble today.
Yeah, Discord definitely has been having some trouble today.
Hopefully it'll clear up soon.
Hopefully. And yeah, a lot of people I know of give a lot of shit to Golden Sun, and it's like it's not fully undeserved, but I feel like it's a bit much sometimes. I think those games are fine. They're good. I like them.
They're very RPGs. For good and for ill.
Yeah.
It is chaos.
Chaos. Yeah, chaos is trying to break the connection.
Anyway.
Discord.
One last thing I wanted to say about that Baywatch series. It's very good right now, specifically because she's not only gotten finally the point in Baywatch where Baywatch Nights starts happening, but specifically the part where in the second season of Baywatch Nights, there's a revamp where instead of it being a detective show, now it's a supernatural detective show.
Yeah, that guy wants
just
tight.
Like literally one episode of Baywatch that was, extremely not anything else going on. Otherwise, she got a lot of mileage out of making jokes about the actor. I'm blanking on the actor's name. I can remember the character's name, but not the actor.
This guy is looking for Levistone, but he doesn't want it from us.
Yeah, Mitch's frog girlfriend exploded. The mileage she gets out of Hasselhoff's character had a frog girlfriend in the other show who exploded. A frog hybrid woman that he fell in love with who exploded. That, of course, the main show will not mention because it's really dumb. I couldn't remember Hasselhoff's name. I'm terrible with names sometimes, and my allergies being really bad right now are not helping.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, hey. Worm killer for all of those worms you need to kill.
Yeah.
Watch there be a monster in one of these.
A lot of this is
Nope. Okay.
is equipment that we have already outclassed, I believe. Yeah. Oh yeah, Worm Killer is way outclassed by the swords we've gotten since.
That's
it's about the same as the Coral Sword.
And it's probably great against dragons.
Yep.
Yeah, Eddie was... I mean, she brings back Eddie anyway, effectively. Eddie being a character in that show from early on who is, like, supposed to be a teen, but is played by somebody in his mid-20s. And is just meant to be a tough guy, but just comes off as a total wimp. And she gets a lot of mileage out of that character.
Alright, well, seems like taking Levistone to the dwarves was not the answer. Our other options are Elf Town, I think, or Crescent Lake, maybe?
I think Elf Town's a better bet.
Oh yeah, I guess.
And it's closer anyway.
Yeah. I do want to try to find it myself, but thank you for the offer. Yeah. Once I feel like I have exhausted my my options, then I will start asking. Yeah.
Hex Ligma.
Yeah. Hex Steve Jobs.
That's a classic one.
Yeah. My current Steam username is Hex Fake and Gay.
Cool.
By the power of the Levistone, a great sail rises into the sky from the sand sea below the crescent. Okay.
Well, I guess that means Crescent Town.
Yep. Look at our map again. Yep, there is definitely sand underneath Crescent Town, underneath Crescent Lake. So I guess,
and it looks like we can take the canoe there.
Yeah, I guess we gotta go to Crescent Lake and canoe down to the desert there. Okay then. I knew I felt like I had heard something about Levistone at Elftown. But also, I might have been confusing the guy who talks about it in Dwarf Town. Hex, Spear, Bladder, God.
A couple of NPCs talk about the important plot item.
Yeah. It's just funny that the dwarf who says, I am looking for some Levistone, doesn't give you much else about it.
Yeah,
or respond to you having it.
Have something for you. There's a reason I thought he was who you needed to talk to.
Yeah.
But he was not who you needed to talk to.
Turns out, no. Airship's gonna be so nice to have. Of course, I wouldn't be shocked if this is a game where you encounter enemies in the airship still.
Rio, I'm reading your most recent chat message, and all I'm thinking is Spear of Bladder balls.
Spear of Bladder sounds like a monster name in an episode of a tokusatsu show.
Maybe, yeah.
Like just one of the monster of the week ones where it's just like an episode, just it says its name once and that's it. That's it.
Or it could be, I could see it being a monster in like I could see there being a monster in one of the sillier Sentai series that its power is to make you want to pee.
Yeah. I mean, that was a yokai in Yokai Watch. That was an episode of Yokai Watch.
Well, then yeah, it'd work.
Yeah. I remember the rapping pumpkin in that I know the rapping pumpkin existed, but I have not watched the original Power Rangers since I was a wee
Pumpkin
bab.
wrapping is about to happen.
Okay, is this a quick way to get there, or am I gonna have to go the long way around? Let's see.
Anyway, this is a good excuse to tell. Have I ever told you the story of how I got my username?
Maybe? I don't know.
I can tell it again because it's very
I don't recall, so might as well.
So, what I usually tell people when I don't want to go into it, and kind of what I've settled on as why I prefer it, is Vega is one of the stars in the system. That's also the origin of that one story about the two lovers across the river from each other, of the Milky Way and all that, which I'm not remembering the details of in detail, and I like going with that.
Yeah, it's in the random desert where that was referenced by a single NPC.
There. Yeah, it's fine. That's just how things work in old RPGs.
Oh, this is jaunty.
It's a pretty good airship theme. I like it. Anyway, so one of my favorite Sentai is a series called Shoujo Sentai Live Man, which basically means Life Force Sentai Live Man. The general pitch is the show's tagline is "Friends, why did you sell your soul to the devil?" And it is about essentially some folks who went to a school for geniuses established by the UN, where a group of their friends join an evil alien scientist named Dr. Bias in his mission to do unethical science experiments. That's the short version, and they're out to fight them. Have they called me Vegas, baby? I'm not surprised. Also, a lot of people assume that it's connected to the Street Fighter character Vega. Has nothing to do with them. Anyway. So, in the halfway point of this series, Live Man, there are 2 extra members who joined the team. They aren't super scientists, they're just their siblings were killed by the main villains in the first episode, and they're there to avenge them after figuring out how to build giant robots from some blueprints that their siblings left behind. Oh, really? I didn't catch that one, but that makes sense. I've heard a lot of people make the... I haven't heard a lot of people make the Vegas baby mistake, but it makes sense. Anyway, those 2 join the team. In the very next episode, the new Green Ranger is riding his bike, like riding it ahead of everybody, and just generally being kind of a careless youth because he's the youngest member of the team now. Yeah, it just happens online when you're just working from text.
I don't know how anyone could get Ryo dies wrong.
Anyway, exactly. Anyway, he's riding out in front of the rest of the team. We need to learn their language first.
Yes, of course. Lopagamido. Rodesi.
Anyway, he's riding out in front of everybody. Then a monster pops out, suddenly, out of a bush, basically, and shoots him with a beam. This beam immediately makes him pregnant.
Oh.
I'm not done.
Not where I was expecting this to go.
Yeah, and you're not gonna expect where this goes next either.
Okay.
So, he then, is rushed back to their base. Understandably, the rest of the team is very concerned because, what if this is an alien situation? What if it, pops out of his chest or something? So, they decide to do the natural thing. He is loaded into an ambulance, and they are there's no other way to put it. They're rushing him to the hospital so they can get an abortion.
I mean, yeah.
Which leads to, by the way, at this point, the monster jumps out of the bushes again in front of the ambulance to chase it off the road. And in the translation that I've watched, at least, I think it's the only one available still, he does say the line, "Did you really think I'd let you get an abortion?" Which is a choice.
Yeah.
On a lot of levels.
Oh boy,
anyway, while this is happening also, like, this happens, I should back up, while the ambulance is still driving to the hospital, the pregnant Green Ranger hears the voice of the baby inside him saying that it wants to live.
Oh boy.
After the monster chases the ambulance off the road, the Green Ranger's, like, running, trips and falls, and then gives birth by the baby exits him very conveniently in a cloud of green gas. The baby is a baby and is like, "Hey, you're my mom, I guess." But he's understandably freaked out and is just scared. So the baby runs off sad. Yeah, here's the thing, Rio. I'm not sure if it's pro-life or pro-choice, because, like, the heroes were going to get an abortion. It was specifically his choice to do something. Anyway, I'm not getting into that because that's like the weirdest weeds of that entire
anyone
episode.
wants to get into that.
Anyway, point being, baby then runs off. The monster ends up finding it at one point, like, after the main hero decides, you know what, or the hero who was, made pregnant decides, you know what, monster no monster, it's still my child, I'm gonna try and take care of this child. Meanwhile, the baby has ended up near the other monster. The other monster is pissed because its baby doesn't want to kill people. So, in a big attack, the baby is mortally wounded. The Green Ranger then finds the baby, is carrying it piggyback, trying to get it to safety, while singing the baby a lullaby, and the baby dies. And the episode ends with them burying the baby in a grave on a cliff, and the only female member of the team, the Blue Ranger, saying, "Hey, I think every guy should go through this experience of having and caring for a baby," and all the other members of the team are like, "Oh god, no." And, by the way, the monster in that episode was called the, what are they called in that series? Let me check again. I want to get this right because it's important to me. I think I can find it here.
Hell yeah. Man.
Oh yeah, it's called the Vega Brain because they're all called brains. They're brain beasts. And the baby it creates is Vega Baby. That's where my fucking name's from.
That's a hell of a story, for sure.
Yep. Yeah, a weird amount of, like, kid-oriented TV shows have MPreg episodes. Like, I remember there being one for the Men in Black show. Which just makes sense. Men in Black's weird.
That's more than I remember about the Men in Black show, but
it's all right. But I think the art style was off-putting to a lot of kids.
That I can understand, yeah. Only 2 spells here, and only 1 we can learn.
Anyway, yeah. My brand is like inexorably tied to that name now, so it's not changing ever again. I'm stuck with that history.
Okay, camp by the forest near the north of the desert for the caravan. Oh, hello.
Oh, it's a dragon. What? Oh, hey.
And yeah, this is the this is the introduction of the concept of the Dragon King and the trials for that. Waterfall to the north. Okay.
A mechanical creature.
Made the submarine out of a barrel. Alright, and then here with the submarine, we can't breathe. We need to figure out how to breathe underwater, which I believe is oxyale, as the other guy mentioned up above. That's how we get to.
Oh, I've seen the werewolf from Big Werewolf on Campus, but I will look at it again just for myself. Hold on a sec.
Yeah, and then the Sunken Shrine is where we will learn the language of that other town, I guess.
Yeah, it's very Wolfman. He's very Wolfman. It's not a great image.
Okay.
It was TV. It was TV era, like kids TV, low budget, fake hair, a lot of it. Yeah. So it looks very cheap.
So here is a text box to remember, is that when we get the Rosetta Stone, which I believe is in the Sunken Shrine, which we need to get underwater for, we will we'll probably find the Rosetta Stone, which we then need to take to the Earth Town to give to and learn how to speak to the elves in that other town. We have to remember that. This town is full of hints at the various upcoming flags. Alright, waterfall to the north. Oh no. Water. Water was in the fountain. If you look,
beverage.
Yeah, if you look in a fountain, they just tell you, "You look filthy. Use this to clean yourself." Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's like if you get an exclamation mark, but it just says you look dirty. It just says you look dirty. Take a bath, hippie.
Watch that one of these times. There's something.
Wait, the waterfall is probably up the river, right? Oh, like Manticore.
Hey, Mara. Question from chat. What's your favorite reptile?
My favorite reptile? I'm gonna say Leachianus gecko. They're very big. They're very big.
Confident.
They're very big geckos. I love them. They're big and they look like they got pajamas. They got pajamas on because of how their skin folds.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna try Blazara. Yes, I love capybaras. Capybaras are good.
That's also fair.
They are not reptiles, obviously. Yeah, they are mammals, but yeah. Yeah, followed by you. Yes.
What's your favorite manimal?
I don't know. I do not know what a manimal is, and
There's only one manimal. It's the guy from Manimal.
Okay, good to know. I don't have an opinion on him.
That's fair. Nobody's watched Manimal. I haven't watched Manimal. I just like bringing up Manimal because it's a very funny title.
Oh, Waterfall Cavern, huh?
Save.
Yeah. It looks like it's another small one, but 6 chests and 1 item.
What's your favorite ape robot? from chat.
My favorite ape robot. I don't remember the name, but it's a Zoid. There's a big gorilla Zoid.
My favorite ape robot, I can actually answer this one. Give me a second. Because I don't remember his name off at the top of my head. Because again, I'm very terrible with names. My favorite ape robot is Gorisaki Banana from Tokume Sentai Go Busters.
That's a good ape robot. I only am aware of him through the Power Rangers series, but
yeah, I don't know how he's characterized there, but in the original, I don't think there's a better way to describe his character other than doting mother.
that's pretty good. He's not exactly that in the Power Rangers, but he has moments. He has some touches of that in Power Rangers.
He's very gentle and very concerned about his charge. Also, just, I do want to say, so one of the big things in that series is, like, the main characters all have robot buddy friends who are animal robots of various kinds.
Yes.
And their names are Cheetah Nick,
Yeah.
Gorisaki Banana, of course, Usada Lettuce, whose catchphrase, by the way, thing that he says after a lot of sentences is Roger Rabbit.
Yeah, because
he's
a rabbit. Yeah.
And Beat J Stag, who is fucking amazing.
And he actually, like, in the Power Rangers at least, he is actually one of the Rangers that robot.
Yes, he is. He's Beat
his name in the Power Rangers is Steel.
That's very funny.
He is the brother of the other extra ranger.
Who's my favorite clown? That's like asking me to pick my favorite child. But since you asked, I'm gonna say Harla from Chrono Cross. Bam, there you go. She is the best character in that game,
clown.
Questionably. Close second would be Marks, because Marks is amazing.
Oh jeez. Thank God for preemptive strike. Marks is very good. Yeah. I have been waiting. Take this cube, Tiamat Flying Fortress, please.
Hell yeah, Cube!
Cube!
Cube.
The Warp Cube.
Cube. Defender of the Polyverse.
So this is actually not a bad dungeon because it's just you just kind of go through all this sort of a maze kind of thing, but and then here's all the treasure and the item. Ribbon. Ribbon. Defender.
I don't know if Ribbon is as good in this as it is in other things,
wait,
but
what?
It probably can only be equipped by wizards.
Oh yeah, it is the wizard staff. Oh, cast Confuse when used. Oh, the coral sword is effective against aquatic enemies. So yeah, it probably does technically do kind of thunder damage.
Does Sideshow Bob count as a clown? Yes, he's a clown.
Yeah, he was a clown.
He was a career clown.
Yeah.
He retires from clowning to be a murderer and criminal, but
and an extended Frasier Crane joke in some episodes. Being that he is voiced by Kelsey Grammer. Also, yeah, Ribbon doing the thing Ribbon do.
Good. But unfortunately, only dancers can equip that. I'm still not over that FF5.
Yeah,
Fuck
FF5
you.
certainly made that decision, and anyone can equip it in this one.
So it's not against clown law to be a murderer. Well, technically it is. I think that would be considered outside the official
John
clown
here,
code of
because
ethics.
John just needs anything at all, every time, all the time.
100%. But on top of that, it's just he's not Sideshow Bob is not professionally clowning. He's doing other things. When he pratfalls after that point, it's just because he's in a comedy show. He's not still being a clown. He is retired from clowning. But yeah, what I'll say is you can murder and still be a clown. You're just not necessarily a very good clown.
Yep. In a cosmic sense, maybe. There was that time where, you know, he announced he was doing some NFTs, and in that way he is a clown. You know, clown parentheses derogatory.
I would say that Tony Hawk is more of the classical representation of the fool as represented in the tarot. He is, in his own way, the unknown protagonist
Nightmare.
of a certain type of life.
Just like FF14. Again, trying to reorient myself in to the buttons.
Yeah, boy.
Ah. Congratulations on making it to content.
That is sort of when the game starts happening.
Yeah. Ah, unfortunate.
That sucks.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely unfortunate circumstance there. Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck with that, especially now.
Yeah.
Because, well, I guess getting a fan's a little less difficult, but...
I feel like, yeah, but I imagine, just from my experience with how GPUs are constructed, I can't imagine replacing the fan is not... I mean, I'm sure maybe it's easier than I expect, because I've never had to do it. For a laptop?
For a laptop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably fine then, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Depending on how your laptop's set up under the hood, yeah.
Yeah.
Some laptops are notoriously poorly put together underneath. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I hope that turns out well.
Christmas. This is an enemy layout. I'm not dealing with that.
Fair.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Screws being too tight. That's yeah. You definitely be careful with that. You do not want to strip screws on a piece of technology.
Yeah, like
There's something up here.
Heatsinks always do that. They always screw themselves in super, super tight, and there's a reason. You want it to be very, very flush to actually do the work.
Yeah.
But it also makes them an absolute pain in the ass to remove.
Yeah. It's also rather scary when you are putting together a computer and you're scared for the first time. And you're scared of, like, if I tighten this too much, I'm gonna crack this motherboard. Oh no! Oh no!
They're more resilient than that, but
yeah, it's just the first. It was the first time, you know, and it was like.
So, I'm just gonna bring this up because it's not directly related to anything we're talking about right now, but it's something that really amuses me every time I think about it. The funniest thing I've ever seen somebody do to repair a motherboard is that sometimes when the problem is like just some connector somewhere on it and it's like just a difficult to diagnose thing, one thing you can do with it is throw it in the oven.
But
Not for long is the important thing. You don't want to leave it in there for long. And you do it at a pretty low temperature, but you need to do it just enough so the solder softens up a bit and, like, reconnects.
I guess that makes sense, yeah.
It makes sense. It's just, it is also absolutely something you do as a final measure of just, like, I can't do anything else if I don't do this.
It sounds
I'm
incredibly like the kind of thing you would see in a 5-minute crafts video.
It sounds like it. Like, but yeah, LGR did that with the Barbie computer. That's what even makes it even better. It was fixing a Barbie computer.
Good. Good. I love that.
But it was, again, like, just extremely a thing of, either this works, I'm throwing this old motherboard out anyway, so might as well. But yeah, I built my current computer, and my literal blood, sweat, and maybe tears went into it.
Mm-hmm.
In the sense that I did cut my hand open while working on it.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure I bled on it somewhere. So,
yeah,
there's blood magic.
I have not played the Final Fantasy adventure games. Or Final Fantasy Legend, whatever the hell they were called. The ones that were not Seiken Densetsu.
I think they were Final Fantasy Adventure. Or Legends?
I know they recently re-released those ones specifically in a collection that's on like Switch now. The Saga ones. I mean, there's like as like the Final Fantasy Adventure collection or something, or the Legends collection. Again, I don't know.
Oh no! You made me wear cool sunglasses. How dare you?
Blindness seems like it's been so far a non-issue in this game.
That's
every time it's happened to us, it has not really affected us too bad.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a game that would work well for SGF. I need to watch his recent playthrough of that unreleased FMV game, American Hero, I think it is. Because I only heard a little bit about that game. It sounds fucking wild. Oh, Sabertooth. Bye, Sabertooth.
Extinct.
Oh no!
They said something about a caravan being in this forest, but maybe there's something else that needs another flag. Oh no! Oh, here they are. This is this is some good pixel work for this tent.
Nice.
Oh no!
Oh, it's one of those. Oh, and also, yeah, this is a concern. We should probably free that somewhere, right?
Somewhere, someday, sometime. Who knows where? I don't know. We'll find out eventually.
Speaking of watching something and don't think I could... Oh, yeah, there is a fairy forest, isn't there?
Is there a fairy forest? I don't remember.
Oh, this is a bullet, and they changed it to Beretta.
It's got a lot of tankiness going on.
Yeah, it's probably vulnerable to magic, if I had to guess.
Oh well.
Nope.
It's still dead. It's still
His
died,
sword
but...
was doing enough.
Take it to Link's grave. God. Maybe. So wait. Is there a fairy forest we went to, or is that just a thing that we haven't been to yet? I don't know. We got more to explore. I will check out the holes later.
Yeah, it's just Stanley Yelnats down there. Hollering about nuclear weapons?
What?
Oh, have you never heard about that?
No?
Okay, so, like, apparently the guy who wrote Donnie Darko did a treatment for a whole script that was nearly approved, and it apparently took a place in a post-apocalyptic wasteland after a nuclear war.
Sure.
I don't know the exact details. The full script is out there. But it came up during when I was streaming Alan Wake for some reason. I don't know why. I think because Donnie Darko came up. Tyrannosaur.
Tyrannosaur.
And he's dead.
Extinct. Yeah, Holes did have multiple books. Louis Sachar did write many books.
Holes. More holes. And even more holes. I assume.
I did not read anything past the first book. Whoa! 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 Whoa!
It's fine. It's fine.
Good thing we got Healaga.
Yep.
Methinks the desert's a bit rough right now for us.
It's fine. It's fine. We've got tents.
Yeah.
We've got.
Yeah, we cannot get into Bahamut's tower just yet. It seems.
Oh, we can.
I tried to get. I am not going in as I bump up against it.
Weird.
Well, onward we go to elsewhere.
Rio, that's barely anything.
Here's something we haven't been to.
Gaia.
Whoop. Oh, I guess this is where we had to take the ferry to.
Hey! It's such particle effect.
Yeah. And off it goes.
It's gone.
The Eye of the Hawk. Yeah, I can see why. I can understand that. Why it would be called that. Much magic in this town. Looks like. Broom.
Broom.
A broom that wishes not to live the existence it was made for. Oh, this magic shop has a little side room. Ah, there we go. Okay, so the level 7 spells are split across 2 shops.
That's mean.
Yeah, break.
Break
could be good. It's pretty good in some of these games.
Breaking the law.
Breaking the law.
You're Aja.
And we can't learn it yet. White wizards only. Same with Diaja.
White mages can't cast.
There's a tower in the Yanakurm Desert that no one can enter. No one can say.
I mean, I jammed my face into it and it seemed pretty solid.
Yeah, just the door also seemed very solid, so maybe it's actually a rock. Castles above the clouds. What the? Okay, so what does this shop have then? Ah, level 8 magic. Stop. Warp. Kill. Gamer commands.
Good advice, yeah. I remember that time my mom bought a movie entirely based on the title.
It seems like
and
there
it
might
was
only
Faster
be 3 level 8
Pussycat,
spells.
Faster, Kill, Kill.
Although actually, there might be a 4. There might be the thing this time where the eighth spell is something special later. Gushes from the bottom of our spring, but only fairies can draw it out. Ah. So we must get to the spring and get some oxy ale. Yeah, that's impossible.
You may think it's impossible, but nothing's impossible with our unlimited pasta pass, giving us access to Sorry, this isn't a Sonic game. I should be saving that for Sonic.
Well, this just seems like good stuff all around. Very expensive, though. We do have stuff we can sell, I think. What other cat can we sell?
I've invented a new word. It combines happy and lucky. How about that new Ken Penders comic? Yeah, it's just licensed out to somebody, and that somebody's a white supremacist,
Yeah.
so it sucks.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah.
It sucks all around.
The meme of Return of Scourge, been tainted.
Yep.
More so than it was by being Ken Penders. Holding onto the wizard staff and the defender.
It's weird when Ken Penders isn't the worst person involved in a project.
Ah, a ring that guards against instant death. That's probably going to be useful. This ring is more powerful than mithril gloves. That is some much needed defense for everybody, though. Cat claws. This is a monk weapon, I'm pretty sure. Or a black belt weapon, I guess, would be whichever one is the upgrade. I don't know. This is where the guy said, this is where you're supposed to get the hint of go to the caravan to get the fairy. I just did not notice this town until after I already got the fairy, so.
Sequence break, sequence break.
Hello. Sploosh. Alright, now we can go underwater.
Hooray!
I assume. Yep, air will flow out of that water for as long as you have it. Oh, jeez. Goodbye. Have a good night, Willach.
Catch you later.
So what is this? Can I get in here yet? I don't think I can. Oh, this might be where you... maybe this is connected to the holes. Maybe.
Maybe.
Let's go into a hole. Dragon caves. A tent. I do have a spine in me, yes. Ooh, dry ether. That's better than a regular ether, I guess.
Probably. They usually call them mid-ethers. Nowadays,
or high ethers, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember that they were called dry ethers in this. And I think in some other games. No, I have not. I can't get into his tower. He won't let me in. To the northeast. So that little castle is where we get the rat tail. The form of the token of courage changes with the times. So the current times are rat tail.
The current times are rat times. Hell yeah.
Year of the rat.
Love rats. All my homies love rats. Rats off to ya.
Cheesed to meet you. Oh. Here he is.
Please tell me he's just another dragon, but a dip. Aww, he's big and cool. Damn.
All right.
Bummer.
Okay, so I was wrong. The tower has nothing to do with Bahamut, but you know.
Yeah, I guess not.
The tower is probably more. The tower is probably related to the air shrine, temple place, the Sky Fortress. That's what it is. I was trying to remember the name. Oh, can't land here. That's swamp. It's swamp.
Swamp's too wet.
Swamp too wet for airship. And towering mechanical castles. The Cardian Islands.
I love these little dragon sprites.
They're very good. They're very good, yeah. Elixir. Also, you know, dry ether. You know what it makes me think of? It makes me think that ethers are like a wine. Like, you know how wines are sometimes described as dry. So this second half of the game is a lot more like having an airship. Of course, it's obviously because we have an airship, but it definitely is feeling a lot more open in a way that I'm really digging.
I mean, it also helps that we can travel around without being constantly in random battles.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The airship does make a big difference in a lot of different ways.
That was just a single room with a single dragon in it.
Yep, that's his cave. Or
that's his cave. That guy has a single private cave. His own private Idaho. I've never seen that movie. I just like the title.
Yeah. X potion. Also, I do believe this cave was the Horde. I do believe we just plundered Bahamut's Horde.
Oh, it's fine. He won't mind.
Okay,
He's got plenty of Horde.
Is there a spot I can land here? Right here? No? Doesn't seem like that's... Doesn't seem like I can.
Just barely. Ugh.
There's gotta be some other way to get into the Citadel here.
Can you take that river there?
Ah, that might be it. Yeah, I have to go from way up here.
Yep. Way over.
Can I land over here? I can land here, or I can land down in the bottom of the big desert. So
either way, it's a walk.
Yeah.
on purpose.
Yeah,
They're being mean.
Yeah. Again, in later games, generally speaking, if you need to fly somewhere, there's a spot relatively nearby you can land. Were tiger. Were tigers are venomous. Known property of wered tiger. Also, they carry sleeping bags. Good level up. Good level up. Good level up. And we're halfway there.
This Sphinx. But I'm pissed.
Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum.
Hey, you're walking through a bunch of swamps right now, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
What if you ran into Shrek?
We already faced
and
a
he
lot of
was like,
ogres.
"Get out of my swamp!"
Yeah.
And then Donkey showed up and was like,
Mod that replaces Chaos's battle sprite with Shrek.
God. Am I okay? No, I have terrible allergies right now.
Citadel of Trials. Here we go.
Citadel of Get a Level Up.
Citadel of Become Strong.
Sit upon the throne.
Whoop.
What if it was a
He zooped.
toilet?
I've only just realized in recent dungeons that I can do this. I don't think it's going to help much here, because I think this is a teleporter maze. It certainly is a warp dungeon. Everybody loves them. Remember when one of the gyms in the original generation of Pokemon that did this?
Yep.
Or, you know, when they do it multiple times for the villain bases in different games?
God, that reminds me of a good joke I saw recently of just like, I bet there's somebody at like Atlas staff that every time they make an SMT game, he just comes in and makes a single teleporter dungeon and then leaves and they can't fire him.
Yeah.
Because like every SMT game has one terrible teleporter dungeon.
I don't remember having to do a teleporter maze to get Ho-Oh because I played Silver, but but yes, no, I know what you're talking. I definitely know that. Yeah, and that person at Atlas had nothing better going on, I guess, at the time that they were designing Strange Journey. Because boy howdy, they sure went hog wild on that one. I've seen pictures. Dragon zombie. The worst part of teleporter mazes is that you start losing track of whether you're making progress or not.
Yep. It's super easy,
Medusas.
especially if there aren't any kind of landmarks.
Yeah.
Like, you know, You can't really do good landmarks in a game like this.
If one of these sends me all the way back to the beginning, I swear.
Hopefully they won't.
Okay, I think this is progression, but there's 3 teleporters and a door. Oh boy.
Let's check the door first, then.
Yeah. Medusas do not have a lot of health. Which is probably because they almost certainly turn you to stone if they do hit you. Potion! Cool. Pokemon comes out in a few days. And I'm not going to be playing it till next Monday, but, you know. So wait a minute. I was wrong. There's 4 teleporter options. I'm going to guess. God. I can't, I mean, I want to say, like, you know, oh, they wanted me to go to the furthest one, but the furthest one might be fake, just as a real rude trick. Who knows? Son of a bitch.
At least the enemies here don't seem to be much of a threat for us right now.
Enemies have stopped being much of a threat overall in this game, aside from just numbers.
I could see their Medusas, they probably inflict Petrify, so as long as we're not letting them do that, I think we're okay.
Sure, show me something fucked up from Dragon Quest 2. Oh, okay. John is dead.
Oh, can't post links, Rio. How about you link it?
Oh, yeah. Send it via DM to one of us.
Yeah.
Or both of us. Oh. Oh, Dry Ether is actually really good. That is really good, yeah. Oh God, that's certainly something, all right.
Oh fuck this.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate that a lot. Jeez.
I know it's not the composer's fault, but I'm still gonna blame it.
3 times. I was so thrown off by 3 times having to do that scary map that I wasted an extra heal potion. Extra high potion. Alright. Let's try the closest one now. Yeah. Gah. I feel a little more comfortable using my Haga spells more frequently, even if it's not really necessary. But it's fun. It's fun to do. Fun to just erase a dragon. Ah, Rakshasas. Very different from the SMT Rakshasa. Alright, 50-50 chance. I'm going with this one. Ah! I mean, yeah, Dragon Quest was big series at the time. Although it was specifically Dragon Quest 3 was the one that had the infamous the infamous response to just people like lining up for like hella long and like fighting and stealing from each other to the copies from each other.
Yeah, people like they had to make it a national holiday so people wouldn't just leave work.
This is part of why, like, in Japan they specifically release games on like Fridays and stuff. Like Monster Hunter has this too. It's just like it's a game that does well enough in Japan that they have to say like, no, you can't release this in the middle of the week. You are not allowed to release this game in the middle of the week because people will skip work. Yeah, to be fair, there was not much else. I mean, there was a few other RPGs. None of them were as like for all the issues of old RPG design. So they were still the best options. Dragon Quest was, one of the best ones available. It's a very solid game, very solid games. Yeah, the Dragon Quest 3 especially is infamous enough that there was a subquest in Yakuza 0 based off of it, off of that time, in which you go beat up a progressive chain of people stealing a copy of this game to get it back for a small child. That quest line is great because it's like you go up to this small child who's in line waiting for a video game. He's all and Kiryu's like, "What are you in this line for, child? I'm waiting on this new video game. It's very exciting. It's very exciting and part of a big series that people love. That is very popular. People waiting for." And then you get back and it's all like, and later on it's all like, "Hey, did you get your game?" "I did, but someone stole it." "What? A teenager stole it from me." So you go find this like shitty teen and beat him up. And he's all like, I'm sorry. This like rough, mean guy stole it from me." So then you go find this guy and beat him up, and he's all like, "No, that old dude just stole it from me." And you go find the old dude, and you go to, like, and I don't know if you actually fight him or not, but you find out the old dude is the kid's dad. The kid, he stole it. He stole it so that he could give it to the kid.
Yep. It's very, whichever one's the Schwarzenegger Christmas movie. Jingle All the Way. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Took me a second.
I watched that movie so much as a kid.
Somehow that makes sense to me.
You only have so many VHSs.
Yes, true.
And it's not like cable is like, as well as like, widespread amongst people as it is. I do love Arnie, not as a person, as an actor.
Mm-hmm.
I despise him as a Californian. I despise him on principle, and also, because
fair.
Legitimately he was a bad governor, and he is a Republican. So fuck him. I also watched a lot of the Land Before Time movies. But that was the thing of the time is you had like the VHSs you had and you watched them a lot. Like the first few years of school I had up through second grade, I went to a Christian school, and and part of that was like I don't know if it was compulsory Sunday school or just my mom worked at the school, So so she would come in on Sundays to work, and obviously we were going there on Sundays anyways for church. That was part of the school there was a church attached to it that would be that was just a church for the community, and I would be in Sunday school while Mom was working, and so I watched a lot of VeggieTales as a kid.
You know what's weird? So I also went to Sunday school when I was a kid. Not for very long, because I don't think my dad had the energy to keep up going to church.
Same mood.
Yeah. But
VeggieTales was fun.
The one thing I do remember watching as part of that class was I'm pretty sure it's called Warriors of Virtue. Let me.
Yes, I know. I know. I've heard of this. I don't remember if I saw it, but I know I've heard of this.
So Warriors of Virtue is a movie about martial arts with kangaroo people, kinda.
Yeah, I know. I think I've heard of this.
It's not Christian at all.
Yeah, I've heard of this.
I think they might have picked it by the title and didn't realize it.
Yeah. But yeah, VeggieTales was fine. VeggieTales was a competent way of making an entertainment product for children that also taught Bible stories. And I will also always remember. I will always remember the funniest story about VeggieTales is how VeggieTales only covers Old Testament stories because the creator promised his mother he would not make Jesus a vegetable. He would not depict Jesus as a vegetable. He promised his mom.
Fair. That is entirely fair.
Yeah. VeggieTales was very competent. It was very competent at being an entertaining product for children while teaching Bible stories and trying to teach, the verses and the lessons from the Bible stories and such. And also the secret, insidious trap of songs that get stuck in your head for life, and everyone has one that just activates them like a sleeper agent's call sign. For a lot of people, it is a song about a chocolate bunny. God, I forgot the water buffalo one. Yeah, the hairbrush song. The songs they made for the interstitial bits and jokes that had nothing to do with the religious, the Bible stories were very weird.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of experience with full-on Christian shows. Partially because, thinking about it, I don't think there was a lot of that because I went to a Catholic church, and I don't think they have as much straight-up media as...
Yeah, I don't remember.
Protestant churches.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was if my church denomination was Catholic or Protestant. Probably Protestant. It just never came up to me in a way that I paid attention to as a small child.
I remembered specifically because I always mixed up the words Catholic and Christian, but I knew I was both.
Yeah, I only knew Christian. I only knew the word Christian.
Catholicism, I wouldn't go so far to say it has no joy. I would say that its church services are very boring because they're in Latin.
This is a very interesting text on
What does that even mean?
These gloves cast Thundara when you use them in battle.
Why?
I don't know. Can anyone equip them right now? No, they might only be for knights.
I was, like, loosely Catholic, but, like, here's the thing, I was never super serious about it, and also, hey, we don't even need to talk to this guy. I guess we do to get out of here quickly, but
probably.
We technically don't need to.
Oh, this guy is just dragon zombies. 2 dragon zombies in a trench coat. Yeah, we are talking about religion. We are talking about our various religious-related upbringings.
Yes. But, yeah, my dad still is Catholic, but, like, wasn't, like, directly practicing, was pretty relaxed about stuff. My mom, has always been kind of, like, vaguely spiritual, has, like, various, Buddhas around her house, but otherwise is not really religious. They're more just things she has as decoration, a little bit.
Yeah.
But point being, I was raised in a pretty open-minded household, so I didn't have, like, any kind of the kid who annoys the teacher.
Yeah.
Because Sunday school teachers are the only teachers who don't like their students asking questions.
Yeah.
Usually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went, like, my religious experience was that I was enrolled in a whole-ass Christian school from preschool through 2nd grade. And, that meant that, I started off every school day pledging allegiance to the American flag, as, you know, American schools do. Pledging allegiance to the Israel flag. Like, I think, like, some kind of pledge of a, like, not pledging allegiance, but, like, pledging it as, like, in terms of it as, like, the Holy Land, I guess, of Christianity and all that.
That's still fucking weird.
I think I might be making this up somewhat. I don't remember exactly if it was the Israel flag or not, but, like,
I fucking believe it.
then pledging and then doing another pledge on the Bible every morning.
Every fucking, like, straight up, I was a kid who, like, silently protested the pledge by, like, standing up and not actually saying it.
Valid.
Because I always felt like it was weird, but yeah.
Yeah, that's how weird pledging allegiance to the flag at all in most other countries.
Even as a kid, I thought it was weird. It was weird to me as a child, so, like, yeah, I get it being weird to people from outside too. But also just, like,
there's an EX trial in the cookbook. Oh my god.
Yes. It's specifically, I think it's only one recipe that I've seen, at least, but it's, effectively, there's a croissant involving recipe where the minstrel's ballad version is preparing it, but you also make the croissants from scratch.
Okay, that's, you know what?
Yeah, because making croissants, tough.
Yeah.
Tough, and you can usually just buy them. It's fine.
Yeah. Alright. Is this... or am I... No, it's not the right one. The one I want is the one that's a big, long tunnel. So unfortunately, because this is a remaster of the original version of F1, we are not about to... Our Black Mage is not about to get some very cool pants, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a tragedy.
He's gonna become just a generic dude with no hood. He's gonna become the worst version of the Black Mage style character in the entire series, is what I'm getting at.
Do we have to fight him?
No.
Okay.
Bahamut is not a boss in this game. I don't know when the first time Bahamut appeared as a boss in the series, but not in this game.
You're taller now.
Yep. But yeah, the GBA version of FF1.
Does Bahamut have anything else to say?
Oh baby. Restore the crystals to grace.
Okay.
Yeah, the GBA version of FF1 instead has is more going with the FF1 style of Black Mage design, where they keep the hat, they keep the little shrouded face and, you know, eye and yellow eyes, or maybe FF3 is when that started. When this started, and they instead, and the big change is that their robes come up, and they have very cool little striped pants. I love the Black Wizard design in the GBA and PSP versions of this game. And yeah, the White Wizard, the White Mage sprite stuff is very fun gender presentation stuff. White Mage, White Wizard, very gender.
Black Wizard, though, in this case, it has a general look of this young venture capitalist fascist has made a big amount of bucks on the spice trade.
God. But yeah, also now, you should be able to. I guess we haven't bought any for them yet. The Knight and the Ninja should be able to use white and black magic, I'm pretty sure. Unless that is a change in later versions that they don't have in this version, but anyways, we can learn one level 7 spell and one level 8 spell. Or one level 6 spell for Black Mage.
Can they equip the wizard staff?
Oh yeah, that's right. We have equipment. We should... Wizard staff. Can you equip the wizard staff? No. Okay.
It's only for him.
You can equip the defender. And you can equip staffs. Neat. Yeah, they do become able to equip more weapons. Okay, you can equip gauntlets. You cannot.
The knight does look like a dad.
The knight does look like a dad. Knight gets big dad energy.
The ninja looks like a different guy.
Yeah, no, they lose all sense of, like, the design from before.
Yeah, it's just a different guy. This is somebody new. Jean left and a different Jean showed up.
But now you can equip knight swords. You can equip warrior swords. So ice brand it is for you.
Yeah, bootleg Ninja Gaiden, man, a little bit. He's very generic ninja, but also he's wearing red.
Nah, I'm gonna keep the protect ring, because protect against instant death is very good.
Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, look at those shoulder pads. Look at those shoulder pads.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this wide man. Look at this very wide man.
I love late 80s, early 90s Japanese fantasy designs that give everybody huge shoulder pads.
Yeah, same. Also, I love that when you looking at the sprite for the Black Mage, the Black Wizard, it looks like he's just got the most popped collar ever.
Yeah, that's the reason I said the spice trade bit. He feels like he's out of Dune to me.
Yeah. Big damage. Yeah, the old Phantasy Star games really love their shoulder pads.
I need to play those.
Yep. As mentioned before, I do plan on playing those at one point. At some point in the future. Okay, so now we have done that. Our next bit of progress is going down under the sea.
God, I'm still remembering the second session of this. Where, like, it really felt like nothing happened.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
like a super long amount of time.
Yeah.
I know it's just one of those games, but still. It's nice that it's felt like we've been making consistent progress this
So
time.
we have the option for the Black Mage of Saber or
which gives him a sword.
Break. I feel like attack and accuracy is so unnecessary for our Black Wizard, though. And that's all. It's a self-cap, so like that's definitely not.
I could see it being kind of useful in situations where the enemy resists.
The staff working on Phantasy Star 1 was like statistically more female than a lot of video games at the time. That makes sense with the general aesthetic and vibe of that game. Like, I mean, for one, the fact that the main character is a female character in that time. That's
a big deal.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal.
The only other one I can think of from that era is one that I only learned about recently. Did you know Puyo Pop started as a dungeon crawling RPG series?
I am somewhat aware of that, yes.
Okay. I was not.
Vaguely aware of it, not like super aware.
They're apparently kind of weird in that
yes.
You don't have a lot of number stats. It's all what's the word? Told through animations and sprites.
Mm-hmm.
You know how much damage a character's taken based on their expression.
Yeah, there is a part of Phantasy Star 1 where you have to get a cake to give to a guy in a dungeon.
That's great.
Or not a guy in a dungeon, but like just an important NPC for progression. You have to go get a cake out of a dungeon, I think, and take it to him. Yeah. Yeah, you have to go find a cake in a dungeon, and this is a game where this is a first-person dungeon crawler game that, you know, did not have a map system built in originally, so good luck. Okay. I think this is where magic was, where some magic spells we couldn't buy were.
I think there were a handful of magic spells we could buy at, like,
Noah was originally designed to be non-binary.
Oh, neat.
That makes sense. Yeah, Noah is very androgynous in terms of how they are presented in the game. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. You go into the dungeon, you find a cake shop in the dungeon. You go into the dungeon to buy a cake. Phantasy Star 1 is a very funny game.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
Okay, Protera we definitely want to keep. I think. We can drop Stone Cure. We can buy. No, Golden Needles are very expensive though.
They are. But we also have a lot of money now, and what else are we gonna need to buy?
Yeah, we are. I mean, like this is like about the last time we're gonna be buying spells, basically.
Haven't we been to like every town at this point?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, so we're set in terms of money. We can just go for it.
Yeah. And oh yeah, PS1 does have a man who is turned to one of your party members is a man who was turned to stone, and the anti-petrification stuff because he was going in to fight Medusa, and the stuff that unpetrifies him is a liquid inside of a bottle around his cat companion's neck.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing the cat cannot do anything with, if you turn to stone. Yeah. So that's one of the, and the cat is also one of your party members. I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
And that cat also later gets wings and and you ride it up to a dungeon.
Cool.
Yep. Yeah, I think we are gonna drop Stone. Because, God, being able to just leave a dungeon is going to be so good.
Agreed.
And what do we have? Black magic here. Undaga Death, Quake, and Death is a thing. Yeah, we can take Death here. Although we can also get Kill at the I wonder if Kill has a higher rate.
Maybe, but even then.
But also, you know, so like our other option is Stun, and it's like whatever. cake shop makes an appearance again in Phantasy Star 4. Good.
Great.
Amazing. Whoop, whoop, whoop. There we go. Okay, I'm out. I'm out. Where else was there magic? Oh, right, the town in the eye and the town. And so that will be...
Hey, this is completely unrelated, but I was reminded of one of my favorite video game titles just now.
Yes?
I don't know why, I just remembered it. So there's a game that in the US is known as, I believe it's known as Minnesota Fats Pool Legend.
Ah. Yes.
Which is already good title.
Yes.
Right? But the Japanese title, from what I've heard, at least in some forms, the full title of that game is Side Pocket 2 Densetsu no Hustler. Which basically means Legend of the Hustler.
Hell yeah.
Which, yeah, that rules.
Rise and grind. Ah, we have an extra ice brand. Okay, cool. Get rid of these, sell that. We can definitely sell these.
Mm-hmm.
Sell that, we can sell that. Cast heal when used. Alright, we can buy one more spell. Good night, Molly. Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah, good night.
Stop. Warp. Kill. Banish. Which I believe warp is about the same. Is similar in nature of in what it does.
Mm-hmm.
Stop seems really good. Probably.
Yeah, I could see that being helpful if it works.
I think we'll take stop first. It seems that maybe, I guess, the thing of these characters getting to use magic was a later version addition.
Yeah, which, you know, that's probably fine.
Yeah, it's fine. The system works as it is.
Mm-hmm.
I think that choice makes more sense in a version that has shifted to the later style of MP and magic compared to this. All right then.
Yeah, it could be useful to have a couple of like utility spells on other characters, but this is fine.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm about to make up a guy.
Okay.
A guy who plays FF1 but never gets magic for his red mage because he never finds the red magic store.
God. I can see this guy. I'm seeing this guy. I am picturing this guy in my head.
Rotating him in your mind.
Yes.
You can picture that guy in his entire life.
Yes, I can see everything that happens to this guy. Come on.
God.
All right then. Let me at him.
Let me. You are the ones I've been waiting for. The legendary ones who would get into my shitty barrel.
Yeah? Okay. Goodbye.
What's up?
I guess she was. Did you not notice her disappearing, zooping
I
away?
did not catch that. No,
she
I
just floated
looking...
away. Like she just floated away into nothing. I guess she's a ghost.
Was a ghost.
She's a ghost for the mermaids. She's a ghost.
She's a ghost who died when she tried to take the barrel down here.
Oh God.
You open up the barrel and her body's just in there. It sucks.
Yeah.
And back to that FF1 dungeon design.
Back to FF1 dungeon design. Oh, guy who never used Blue Mage because he could never find the blue spells in stores. Ah.
Yep. That guy too definitely exists.
The thing I always love about Blue Mage in FF5 is that it's one of the first one. It's like you get all these all the jobs you get in the first crystal are like very basic, kind of like, you know, like the traditional FF jobs, and then Blue Mage is there because it's the fun new one that they were very clearly proud of.
Yes.
And also because it would suck to get that later with how it works.
Yes, absolutely. You need to build up stuff early on.
My source on my source on that sucking. Every 4-job Fiesta run I've ever had where Blue Mage was on the fucking Earth Crystal. And yes, they should be proud of Blue Mage. Blue Mage is the breakout star of that game, aside from Gilgamesh. Shark. One thing that I've been kind of thinking about with this game, in terms of how progression has been working and all that, and kind of how a way that that works in the design, of why it's designed kind of the way it is. Aside from the job change, there is really very little in terms of side content in this game.
Yeah, it's pretty much a straight shot.
Also, it's not alone in that. Many old RPGs did not have much in terms of side content until a few games in of this, until the genre had been around for a bit. Also, I just noticed if you look in the upper right, the water animation is reflected in the minimap.
Yeah, that's attention to detail for you.
That's pretty neat. What that tells me is that the map just might be another rendering of the actual map in a little square.
I mean, we might as well at this point
with like a sepia overlay. Yeah, items that give you unlimited casts of basic magic, like the gauntlets we just had that I sold because fuck it, I'm just using my magic at this point.
Yeah, it's a neat feature to have.
Yeah, it's like having cantrip spells or at will powers. Like, I mean, it's also a thing. Like, again, it's one of the D&D things of like, yeah, D&D also has items that just do things like that. Hello. Many Sahagins await you.
They're all doing a little dance.
Imagine being attacked by this many Sahagins in FF7R. Oh wait, you do get attacked by this many Sahagins in FF7R. It's the worst part of that fucking game. God, I hate the Sahagins in FF7R so much.
I was gonna ask, you clearly have a grudge. I don't need to ask.
The Sahagins in FF7R are the part of the game that made me swap to easy mode for the rest of the game.
Fair enough. And I need to get back to that eventually.
Yeah.
I think I was around right before the plate bombing stuff.
I would love running into Hell House here. I love Hell House.
Everybody loves Hell House. Hell House is the best.
Mm-hmm.
Who doesn't love Hell House? Show me a person who doesn't love Hell House, and I'll show you a real boring motherfucker. A really sad, boring person.
Yeah, I'll probably replay FF7R as part of this series. Partially also because I want. Probably after I do FF7, probably,
okay.
or like kind of like maybe as a side thing alongside FF7, maybe not alongside it. Maybe that would be too much FF7 at once. I think.
Yeah, that'd be a lot.
Maybe
of FF7
after I do like Crisis Core or something.
Yeah, maybe.
But also because I still have to do the DLC for that, and I might as well just do that as part of a stream thing since I'm doing this already.
Important side question related to that.
Yeah.
FF7, would you consider a translation?
A translation mod?
Yes.
I am planning on I was planning on modding that game for sure. Like I want to do stuff. I was planning on modding the ones that aside from the Pixel Ream after 6, basically 7 through 9, when I play them on PC, I am planning on modding for various things such as there's a very good like art model mod for FF7 that makes the textures on the models make them look like more like the official art for them. It's very good.
Yeah, I've seen those. They're pretty good.
And yeah, FF8 replacing the MIDI music with the MIDI music with actual music. Yeah, I'll probably do that.
I did a real dumb mod back the last time I played FF8 on PC, where like I think I just replaced all the battle music with the Kamen Rider music.
Good. How about this dungeon?
But with 7 in particular, that game's translation is kind of rough in my opinion.
Yeah, no, it definitely is from the bits I've played of the original FF7. Yeah.
I would suggest at least considering a translation mod. I think there's 1 or 2 different ones out there now. Oh. I remember the last time I played it, I used Because, which was alright. Mm-hmm. I like that one. But I feel like I've heard people say there are mixed things about that one.
Yeah. I'll do some research for sure when I get closer to that time. And yeah, modding 5 to replace Ned with the Gigantoir. Classic. Mm-hmm. Gotta get that fiesta. Have that fiesta mood.
I didn't have that fiesta mood. Maybe that's why the ending went the way it did. Where I won through pure luck.
Yeah, that's how fiesta goes sometimes, for sure.
Thank you, Cannoneer.
Yeah, Cannoneer holding down the fort big time. Mm-hmm. Cannoneer, the surprise MVP at the last minute.
Mm-hmm. Really glad I got Cannoneer.
Turns out
I didn't even have any of Cannoneer's special abilities beyond the basic one.
Yeah, it turns out the basic one was just really good. Yeah, Beastmaster's really good. In 5 for sure. Beastmaster's a very powerful class. Focus! Oh no.
Do you know what I'm gonna do next year?
What?
I'm gonna find a mod that lets me do it. I'm gonna do 10-2 Fiesta.
Hell yeah.
I'll do it on my own. I'll figure it out.
I believe in you. Man, I'm excited to get to 10 and 10-2. Those games are cool.
They're very cool. Mechanically and story-wise, in my opinion.
10 was my first Final Fantasy that I had, that I owned. I never finished it, obviously, because I do not. I have mentioned the ones I finished, and 10 is not one of them. But it was the first Final Fantasy I owned, and I did get in trouble for buying that game for buying that game because I bought my grandma bought it because she wasn't as strict. She didn't care about the ratings really. She didn't really know so I could look at ratings when she bought games for me. And I was 13. Damn it. But my mom was very much. I recognize now as an adult, she was partly like not that serious about it, but
right.
Like, especially once I actually turned 13. Like, and I mean, she was serious about it when I was younger. She definitely did not, like, want me to play T-rated games when I was, like, 8 and such. And when I kept on saying, like, I own Final Fantasy VII, though. I want to play Final Fantasy VII. I have this game. Please let me play it. It was always all like, convince me why you should play it. It's like,
God.
Why you should be allowed. It's like, no, why?
My parents,
her main thing was that she didn't want me playing games where I would be killing people.
My first, hold on, let me see when this movie came out so I can tell you exactly when I saw it, because I saw it after. My first R-rated movie was There's Something About Mary. I saw it when I was 8. My parents didn't give a shit.
Oh yeah, no, I mean that's the thing is I had seen like Terminator at this point.
Right.
My mom was fine with me seeing Terminator. But Final Fantasy VII? No.
Yeah, like no, my parents never gave a care about any game ratings.
And of course I realized also, as an adult, I should have just tried. I should have just gone for it. Fuck it. I should have just gone for it. I had the game. I had the PS1. It's not like Mom was watching all the time. But I was very scared. I was a very...
You were good.
Obedient child to a fault. Like...
Mm.
Like... The words to describe how I was as a child is probably the term that is used that people use sometimes to describe people sort of as a joke. Sweet summer child.
Yeah.
Very innocent, very innocent, and unaware of the greater world due to of a lot of things due to being raised in a Christian school where I also did not have many friends. Let me tell you, it was like 3rd or 4th grade, maybe even further than that, maybe like 5th grade, when I first learned that gay did not always mean happy, that there was another meaning for that term, much more commonly used in the world at that time too.
Mm-hmm.
I was very unaware of that. I was very unaware of the concept of sex and other things.
God, no. Like, my mom especially was open with a lot of that stuff. Also, just to be clear, like, when I say they didn't give a care, it's not in, like, a...
Oh, yeah, no.
Uncaring sense. Like, my mom was worried about violence in games and stuff we watched and stuff like that. Like, not... But, like, was much more concerned about, do you understand it, rather than... And, like, understand that this is a bad thing in the real world, rather than, are you seeing it at all? Yeah. My mom was very much the kind of like, I don't think you should see this. Except for, movies, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe it was because you were playing it, it's a little bit different.
Maybe. Of course, the thing... Okay, Saber as a thing I can equip on someone instead of just being on my caster. That's something.
Yeah.
I think that is something I'm willing to put on this guy.
Also, like what you were like in early high school, I played that when I was probably in middle school, even younger than that, maybe even. And I definitely thought Squall was very cool, so I understand entirely.
I would have also thought Squall was cool. legitimately, if I had played FF8 as a kid.
I still think Squall's cool.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion. That's why I'm doing this. But yeah, like FF7 came with my PS1 when my mom bought it on eBay. I had FF7. I had the strategy guide for FF7, and I got to read that more than I got to play FF7.
God, mood.
My cousin came
so
over and played more of my
them,
copy of FF7 than I did.
There are so many games that I did not play, but I read the strategy guides too.
Yeah.
Either in Tips and Tricks magazine or on game FAQs.
The other big one of those for me was Digimon World 2, which the reason for that being, as I might have mentioned in the first session of this, I think, when I was talking about other things I want to stream, like the Digimon games, my copy of Digimon World 2, for whatever reason that I don't know if it was user error or something wrong with the disc, would not save. Would not make save files.
Yeah.
So I was incapable of finishing that game, so I just read the strategy guide that I got at Funko Land. For those not in the know, Funko Land is what became GameStop later in life.
Well, it was like one of several places because GameStop bought up at every game store.
That's fair. It's just, from what I remember, Funko Land was like basically the same place. It did not change as a place.
True.
And yeah, now GameStop is Funko Land.
More like Defunko Land. Got him.
You can equip the axe now.
It's pretty like the EB games, yeah. Because they bought out EB games.
Yeah, they bought out EB games in other places.
I don't know if they bought them out in every region, but...
No, EB games definitely still exist in like places like... I know EB games still exist in Canada. Yeah. But like in America, most EB games got bought out by GameStop, I'm pretty sure. Hello. See you later. Oh, another ribbon. Yeah, EB Games won the Game Shop Award in New Zealand. Yeah, that's the thing, is like it's basically a case of like either EB Games won or GameStop won, depending on where you live. I just now noticed Molly linked me earlier in my Discord DMs this PSP sprite of the Black Wizard.
Nice.
And I am sharing him with you in this call, so you can see how good.
Let me look at the Blizzard, as he's known. Yeah, those are good pants.
Yeah,
very VV.
Yeah. Yeah, like the remakes definitely like this is kind of how the Black Mage looks for Galoof in FF5 kind of is.
Mhm.
Okay, we got 3 rooms that we can go to in here. Oh wait, no, 4 rooms, 5 rooms. Oh.
Yeah, that is neat. I did get one of my favorite current shirts at a GameStop near us recently. I've mentioned this before, I think even on like this stream series, but I will bring it up again. One of my favorite shirts right now. I don't know why it works for me aesthetically, but it does. But I have a Gamer Mickey Mouse Funko Pop t-shirt that I think rules.
Very good.
That said, my fashion tastes are warped. I do also have this is the most inexplicable item of clothing I have by far, and I got this at Target. They were selling these in Target for some reason. It is a crop top that says "Let's save it together" on it, and on that t-shirt is a large globe of the Earth with Garfield lying on top of it.
What?
It is a Garfield crop top with an environmental message. I love that shirt.
That was a wake up slap across the face right there. that sudden use of the G word there.
Yep.
Goodness.
It's a lot. It's so much.
That's incredibly powerful.
And they sold it as a crop top.
Like that's the kind of shit that's like the kind of same that's similar energy to just like when you find just like bootleg, you know, like when you just find these like bootleg shirts in like markets in foreign countries and such that are just like various.
A little bit, yeah, but this one's official.
Yeah, no, it's like it's official Garfield merch.
I love that shirt. I pretty much only wear it out around the house because I'm not confident enough to wear a crop top outside anywhere.
I can understand. I can feel that. I feel that mood. Oh, eyes. Anytime there's two or fewer enemies, one or two enemies on the screen, it's that they're just gone because the ninja and the knight just delete everything.
Yep. They're pretty good. Even without magic, they're pretty good.
Yep. We had a rough start with Jean, but he's really pulling his weight now. Still the squishiest character on the team.
Yeah. From what I've heard, apparently the thief in the original version of this game was like just straight up statistically broken in some way. Like they just did not work as intended.
That's unfortunate. There is a lot of maze going on in this dungeon without a lot of like extra rewards for exploring it. It's just kind of just a lot of extra paths just to throw you off.
You're saying a lot of words, but what I'm hearing is this is an FF1 dungeon.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying other FF1 dungeons that were still were designed like this at least had like chests in these little side rooms you go into.
True.
Okay, third crystal.
Third crystal's the charm.
If I remember correctly, this is Kraken. Looks like a Kraken.
Yeah, it looks pretty Kraken.
Again, the dungeon issues in this game are another sign of this sure is a D&D game.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I hear this boss is kind of the funniest one in FF1.
Yeah?
He's always cracking jokes. Thank you.
Oh. Oh. You take very little physical damage, huh?
Well, now you wish you had those gauntlets.
Oh,
huh?
okay. I'm glad my null spells can miss.
That's... Yeah, that's weird. I vaguely remember, now that you've brought that up, somebody mentioning that buff spells in this game can miss sometimes, so like magic evasion's kind of a double-edged sword. Which, that's your choice mechanically.
We are at the point in the game where haste will be a pretty, well, should be a pretty big buff to... okay, yeah. DR just missed. The DR cast from his weapon just missed. I guess I was kind of expecting that. At least so far, he hasn't been able to do much to me. Okay, wow, dang. They are both doing much better already. Oh, cool. Cool, cool, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. Things in this game do not have as much health as I'm used to from Final Fantasy V. The trick is just being able to do an amount of damage to them.
Mm-hmm. No bosses have really had, like, that really tanky feeling that some Final Fantasy bosses have.
Yeah, but they also just feel it's a thing of like everything. The feeling of this combat in this game is that once you get going, you really get going. We are steamrolling this game in terms once we got past that initial hurdle. Basically, there has yet to be really a challenge in combat, and it's kind of a shame because, and I get it, it's the first one. One of the things I like about specifically FF5 is that there is a very real sense of strategy to pretty much every boss, aside from a few.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so now we've
Sure.
got that done.
That's a reason why I
Still
really
do
like
not
FF10.
know. We've still not done anything with the warp cube.
Yeah, we still... Do we need to take that to where that kid was seeing machinery dropping from the sky?
No, the warp cube. We got the warp cube from the machinery that dropped from the sky.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Where do we take the warp cube?
Maybe the warp cube. The warp cube has to have something to do with getting into the Mirage Tower. Also, very funny to me that like all these towns that we have listed, there's no icon on Gaia here. Very, very funny to me.
Yeah, that's interesting. We still need to find the Rosetta Stone.
Right, we're supposed to be able to find the Rosetta Stone, which it was, I think, I guess we have to explore the Sunken Shrine some more to find the Rosetta Stone. No, you're talking about legs. Oh, need to talk to you. Right, there are mermaids there. We didn't meet a single mermaid.
True.
I think we have to go back in. I think there is side. I think there is side. There is a whole side area of that dungeon we probably need to explore.
Seems like, yeah. God, this game's weird.
This game is very weird. Yeah. Get in the barrel. Get in the fucking barrel. I do remember there's like
barrels. Shinji or Cranky will have to do it again. I don't know where I was going with this.
I think maybe these stairs might go somewhere because we didn't go. We went down these stairs before. I'm pretty sure we did not go up those stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a weird thing now. Like the feeling I get from this game, I'm getting basically in terms of every combat encounter we do, especially bosses, is like I'm doing all this setup that isn't fully that in the end doesn't feel like it was fully necessary. I feel like all I need to be doing in any combat now is just hasting my physical attackers and then just laying into the boss.
It's 5 pounds of content in a 20-pound bag.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. It's definitely a thing where it's like I enjoyed this game a lot as a kid, and probably because of this feeling of just steamrolling once you get going.
Yeah, that can be enjoyable sometimes.
And I think a lot of the joy that people have, lasting joy in this game, is that you can try different things with like what classes you pick at the start.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is different. I don't know. Dungeons is the same.
Yeah, that's the other thing. None of the dungeons feel that unique, other than tile set.
Yeah, the tile set is like that. Yeah, the tile set changes for sure, but like the general feel. Yeah, this is definitely more than DQ1 allows. DQ1, that's a basic ass RPG. I keep hitting that button. I'm still really liking this game for sure in terms of just like the general vibe of it, kinda.
Yeah,
it's still got that same appeal to it to me. But yeah, it's definitely like with the more discerning mind of an adult. But like joking aside, with looking at it with a more refined critical eye, it's definitely kind of like, yeah, this sure is a game-ass game.
There's a certain amount of it you can excuse by it is very early entry in the genre. It's still very experimental.
Console RPGs were still super new in this and not figured out yet. So like,
and it's a game you can play from start to finish without like having some kind of horrible glitch, which you can't say for every NES RPG that was attempted.
Yeah. There's a whole 17 chests. It's not opened yet. Dang. There's a whole lot of this dungeon.
There's practically an entire subset of Kusoge for the NES that is just early attempts at RPGs where they just did it wrong.
There's something up there.
So, like, this did it right. It did it right enough that, it saved the company. And, that's all it needed to be.
That story... There's been a lot more recently debate on the veracity of the story of whether this was a whole, like, save the company situation or not, but definitely, it definitely is an early entry in the genre, and, like, at the end, it's very competent.
Mm-hmm.
Oh geez, I am not. Obviously, I am I'm taking some bad hits here.
It is a game that does enough interesting that it's worth playing.
Oh, Kiraj also deals status
you know.
effects. That's interesting. The only health that matters is the last one.
True. And the only party member that matters is the last one, too.
Yeah. Jack is carrying this team. Well, not exactly carrying the team all the time, but like, when all else fails, Jack will pull through.
Yes.
Diamond armor. Just like in Minecraft.
See, you say that. My mind immediately went to the final stage music in Sonic R. Like a diamond in the sky.
Sonic R had some good music.
Yes, it did.
Everybody remembers Supersonic Racing, but like that OST is just really good.
Honestly, I feel like Supersonic Racing is by far the weakest track on that. I'll say it.
I think that's fair. I think it's a very good track to get kind of pumped to, though. But like it being it's one of those cases where it's the weakest on the OST, and that says a lot about that. That says a lot about that OST. Also, I'm just now realizing, no, they do have magic. They have spell slots. Look at them. They have one spell slot.
So they do.
Yeah, it's just they don't have any.
I don't think
level
they
we're at.
did, but yeah, now they do.
Yeah.
This took them a while.
Yeah. I imagine that. I guess that has to do. I guess that kind of growth. That might be a growth rate thing of like depending on when you go and what level you're at. Maybe when you do the job change.
Maybe.
Possibly. I don't know. Yeah, they do. They can learn magic. It's just magic of a level that was not at the stores we were looking at. And frankly, they don't need it. Honestly. They are hyper capable with their weapons, as is.
Anyway, my Sonic hot take is, specifically music hot take here. Sonic Heroes is, unfortunately, the worst Sonic game that you could call a mainline Sonic game. And that extends to the vocal tracks. Because, like, even the best ones feel like dry runs for better songs later. I'll say it.
Yeah,
and
Jean
do you know what else I'll say?
Overhead.
One of the best set of vocal tracks in all of Sonic is in Shadow the Hedgehog. All those are extremely good songs. Like, I can't think of a vocal track out of Shadow the Hedgehog that isn't super good.
Shadow the Hedgehog has bangers. Okay. One more there, and then another set of stairs up. So I guess we are continuing down this path. Or up this path.
The crazy thing is, All Hail Shadow is again, like, sort of a supersonic racing situation of... I would say that the other songs on that soundtrack are better. Like, it's still very much a good theme for him.
What is his Adventure 2 theme? The song?
His Adventure 2 theme is, I forget the exact name of it, but it's the same sort of industrial, sort of trance music that he has, I guess you'd call it. I don't know the exact genre, but industrial electronic music.
I think this might be where all the chests were missing.
It's a good track, it's just... its lyrics are hard to make out, so it's not a good character theme. It does have the line in it of everybody tries to be straight, which is good. Shadow the Hedgehog never tries to be tries to be straight. Just to be clear.
My stance on Shadow the Hedgehog songs is "I Am All of Me" is a fucking banger.
It is. It absolutely is.
I only awakened to this fact after the anniversary concert earlier this year, but
it is extremely big.
This is the answer to the mysterious ghost girl.
Ah, I see.
She went above the surface and did not come back. That or she's talking about the woman who's talking about her legs, maybe.
Maybe.
That's the better interpretation of what that mermaid just said. Is the strange woman who talks about how good her legs are is actually a mermaid, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think the idea is that the woman who was at the submarine was the ghost of a mermaid.
That makes
probably
sense.
By how she talked. I mean, I purified the crystal. You're good. You're good, ma'am.
The other thing I would say in terms of Shadow the Hedgehog song is I almost wish Shadow was still an android so waking up could be his theme.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense unless Shadow's an android. But if Shadow's an android, that's the theme of the Shadow android, and I like to think that the storylines where you kill Eggman in that game are the story of the Shadow android. The what if the Shadow android was the one who became Shadow. And that song just kicks ass. It's very good. Just have a robot voice saying, "This is what it means to be free," and I'll hoot and holler and be like, "Hell yeah!"
That's all. Oh, there we go. There's the last 3 chests. Will one of them have the Rosetta Stone?
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Otherwise, I don't know what we're doing next.
How do I even get there? I'm not seeing a path. It's blocked off up there. It's blocked off there. It's blocked off there. We can't get over to the side and go up that way. And there's like the path coming from the right up there, but I don't know how you would get to that side.
Is there another way to enter this room somewhere?
I don't know. I have not seen anything else that looks like another way to enter the room. Is there a door out of one of these that I missed?
There could be like a secret hall or something somewhere. This game would pull something like that.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just gonna look this up, actually. Sunken Shrine. FF1 Sunken Shrine.
If it is that, I'm gonna pull out a Cesare style. Oh, you would pull this horse piss, wouldn't you? God, if any part of Big Top Burger lives in my head more rent-free, it is Cesare being like, "Oh, Steve, you would pull this
guess what?
horse
Okay,
shit,
so
wouldn't you?"
I still not found a path over there, but guess what? Guess what is in that room? The Rosetta Stone.
Yep.
Wraps. Oh. Okay. I see. That's this. Hey, here's the dumbest thing. Here is the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah.
Here is the dumbest thing ever.
Yep.
Look at what I just did. Look at how dumb that was.
Yeah, that's some horse piss. I'm gonna call that horse piss.
That's horse piss.
Yeah.
Ba, ba. Diamond. Diamond. Getting the fuck out.
Fly so high like a diamond in the sky.
Yeah, this game extremely would pull some horse piss, like having one room, one single floor of a dungeon that wraps.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now.
See, you're close because you're underwater. You're closer to the core of the Earth, and the Earth is round. So
I guess.
therefore, fucking hell. And it's a key item too.
It's a key item. It is a progression item. Nope, not on the town. Yeah, okay.
Like,
There is
no
one other
that.
There's
like,
one
even
other
at the time, I feel like
map. One other map of the game does wrap around, and that is the world map. That is correct.
that's
Technically
true. Okay, never mind. The game's fine. It's your fault, Mara.
It's my fault. Yeah. Damn. That is the quickest way. That is the quickest learning of a language ever. Yeah, FF World Map is a toroid. Like, if you really think about it, the way an RPG world like wraps around like this never makes sense in these games.
It's a simplification.
Yeah,
like all
I
maps
know.
are.
It's just
fine.
It's very funny. All right, now we can speak to mysterious people.
I love speaking to mysterious people.
And we can get the item that lets us into the Mirage Tower. We can go to the Mirage Tower, go up to the Sky Fortress, and get the final crystal done.
And then it's straight shot to the end of the game.
Yeah, I do believe once we get all 4 crystals, we go back to Crescent Lake and we just get taken right to the final dungeon. So we might be finishing this tonight.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Both because I want to see FF2 and
I want to be done with FF1.
Yeah. A little bit. This game's pulling a lot of horse piss.
Pulling a lot of horse piss, but also is not actually challenging me in any meaningful way.
Mm-hmm. It's challenging you in meaningless ways.
Yeah. Also, here we go. First Sid.
First Sid.
You don't get to meet him. You don't get to meet this Sid until you play Dissidia.
Dissidia? I see.
Ba-dum-bum.
The title makes sense now.
Yep. A lot of prophecies about us.
This Sid, yeah. That's what the title means. You're finding out what the Sid did. This Sid, yeah.
How do y'all get into your buildings? Like, first off, you only got like a small handful of them, but like, there's no door. Do you climb in through these small windows?
They're like ferrets.
Yeah. Maybe they have very collapsible skeletons. Yeah, blue sea of stars beyond the sky. The whole thing of this is Final Fantasy's first foray into their favorite thing of ancient super technology.
Which is also, a very D&D thing around this era, at least.
Yep.
This was the age of Planescape and Spelljammer and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Sent out 5 warriors.
5? That's more than what
And we're turned
crystals.
into bats.
Ah. Oh, right, those bats at the shrine. That's funny.
Yeah.
They felt the need to explain the bats.
Yeah, I like that. If that is what they're saying, is the bats at the Chaos Shrine are that, I am very into that little detail.
And the bats we've been running into in other dungeons are them too. They're trying to help.
Yeah, all bats are helpful.
Mm-hmm. A, B, A.
Yeah, there is no FF1 in
H.
FF1 Sid in Record Keeper. There is only FF1 Sid in Dissidia, and it's not even like real. I don't know if it's actually confirmed in game that it's FF1 Sid or if that's like a word of God kind of thing. But yeah, I know somewhere it has been confirmed. The strange Sid in the weird yellow like hood and such that shows up in the first Dissidia is the FF1 Sid. Yeah, the Mobius Final Fantasy characters in Record Keeper are certainly there, some under FF1.
I guess if you have to put them somewhere, that makes sense. That's where the Strangers of Paradise guys are gonna end up too.
Almost certainly. Right. Chime gets us into here. I was thinking about something to go check before we do that. Oh yeah, I was gonna go actually look and see if there are 5 bats in the Chaos Shrine.
I'm gonna purposefully put this in the
There are in fact 5 bats.
Yeah. So there are. I'm gonna purposefully put this in the worst way I possibly can. Hey, remember when they took the main character of Mobius Final Fantasy and made his outfit less slutty because they were cowards?
I don't remember that, but I would believe it.
He had like side vents on his pants, and then they took it out because
oh no! How will he vent? How will he vent? He's gonna overheat.
I blocked some of it. Oh no! What did it block? I gotta know.
It blocked the word slutty.
Yeah. Only I'm allowed to say slutty.
Well, now anyone's allowed to say slutty. I've allowed the word. All right.
This is gonna be one slutty stream. Feel free to take that as a tagline in the future, Mara, if you want. The sluttiest stream on the internet. You're welcome to it. I don't want it.
Actually.
I've got, like... I've already got a tagline, and also, like, a weird theme that I only stick to half the time.
Where your worries, slut all night. More nightmares and Black Knights. Look at how small that guy is! Look at how tiny the Black Knight is!
Tiny little man.
How did you get so small?
Even Garland was bigger.
Yeah! Like that's
the Garland gets so big.
That's the Crystal Chronicles Black Knight, that guy. I have no idea what this thing is. I guess it's some kind of machine. I'm assuming it's some kind of machine because of that being the theme of this area, kinda. And them shooting fucking lasers at me. Yeah, it's a hell of a design for a tiny robot. I wonder if there's like more clear concept art out there for them, because I would love to see that. Aegis Shield. Vorpal Sword.
Vorpal Sorpal.
Vorpal Sword is not as good as the Defender.
That's a bummer.
Oh, but it's 100% accurate. It's 25. It's 25 plus 25 accuracy. That's pretty good.
How will you go Snicker Snack now if you don't equip it?
That is certain. Yeah, that's right. The Vorpal Sword is from that one weird poem. That one weird Alice in Wonderland related poem.
Yep, the Jabberwock.
Yeah.
A classics of poem.
The Jabberwock.
I love slithy toves.
The Jabberwock, a creature that is interpreted in some very unusual and wild ways across many RPGs.
Well, yeah, because its name was made up.
Yeah. Guards against stone and poison. It's about the same power as the Diamond Shield, but has a bonus. So
later, Rowan.
See you, Rowan. Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
How'd you get so small? You're small. Like he's only barely like bigger than like our knight. Like roughly. Like, this is the only time I've ever seen an enemy, humanoid enemy that is roughly the same size as the character sprites.
Yeah, it doesn't happen like ever in these.
No, huh?
Unless they're like somebody who joins your party.
Yeah, I mean even then that's not even then like that happens a few times in like FF4 and no, they get like full ass battle art when you fight against them. Or well, no, that's not true. They do have. There are times where, like, I think when you fight Kane, the few times you fight Kane in 4, he has just his regular sprite. Thunder. Master, we have waited
Luigi
so
cast
long.
Thunder. I love robots.
I love robots in RPGs. They're very good.
It's the best when you get a robot in the party, but
yeah.
Just meeting a cool robot.
Shout outs to Robo, Chrono Trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Love that guy.
Everybody loves Robo. He's great.
Someone did fan art of like the scene at the later on back at the festival grounds where he's talking, where like Luca is like on her knees in front of him and he's talking about do not be upset. I have these emotions because of my times with you. And the fan art was of like Luca like crying into like Robo, and it's very good.
Aww,
Chrono Trigger is a very good game.
It is. It really is.
I should play Chrono Trigger sometime on stream. Like just
yeah. Yeah, it's a fun game, and it's pretty easy to get through.
I don't think I've ever actually fought and beaten the final boss of Chrono Trigger.
Oh my god.
I know what the final boss is. I know like its whole deal, but I don't know if I've ever actually done it or not.
Yeah, you fight the secret boss Greg.
Yeah.
Greg Dense Danny. Oh, what's that, Murray? You don't know about Greg Dense Danny?
No, of course I do.
Well, you better play the game.
Of course I do. What are you talking about? Well, yeah, like I have the DS version of Chrono Trigger, so I could actually just load it up and see how far my file is. I know I've gotten near the end, because I know I've gone through the whole thing of like Chrono dying and you reviving him and all that stuff. Whoa!
Yeah, that's like right before the ending.
Yeah, so like I'm probably at the final boss or something, and at like the final fight, and just haven't.
Yeah, I've been there before.
But also, like the DS version has so much extra stuff in it.
Yes, it does. People feel very mixed about that extra stuff, but
yeah,
I've never played it, so I don't know.
Yeah, Chrono Trigger.
That's
God,
like
Chrono
the one
Trigger is
version
just Chrono Trigger is just a game with so many good fucking characters in it too. Like just that is like one of the strongest like casts in an RPG like ever.
And then there's Chrono Cross.
Yeah.
Which, has a strong cast in a sense.
Sure does.
They're very memorable.
Strong in that, you know, if you dropped the whole cast on top of someone, they would be squished. There's so many people.
Yes. Anyway, one of my favorite things, because of how weird that game is because inexplicably they decided to give a lot of very dramatic scenes in that game to the little alien man. Inexplicably, he is one of the most important dramatic characters outside of, like, people directly involved in, like, the major factions and, like, the three main characters. Because of that, there's a lot of fan art of him and Harla being, like, best buds, because they have that one dramatic conversation.
As
really
fan
good.
artists do. Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah.
It's good that we have that.
Also, if we finish this tonight, we are one step closer to getting to play the Final Fantasy V remaster, and thus getting to hear on stream the bridge.
The bridge that's fairly large.
Bridge.
I have
already heard the remix of Battle on the Big Bridge, because of course I'm not gonna keep myself from that. I need to hear it, and it's so good.
Understandable.
Zap.
But yeah, I am especially personally looking forward to us getting to the PS1 era.
Same.
Just because I'm really interested to see what you think of the games that you haven't played through.
Yeah, and I mean I've played through a fair amount of 7, so I do, and a little bit of 9, so I do have some idea of those games. I think in 9, I don't remember. I know I've gotten a little ways into 9. I've gotten to like where God, I can't. I always forget her name. The dragoon, the mouse girl.
Freya.
Freya, yeah. I think I've gotten to when you first meet Freya and she joins you. I think. Maybe, I don't know. It's been a while.
That's kind of early on, I think.
Yeah. Like I know for sure it's not very far in the game, because those are 4-disc games. They're large games.
Yes, very.
And I've only gotten a little bit of a ways into like into like post Midgar in 7 before. 8 is the one I've definitely seen very little of. I only tried to play it once on like PSP, and I did not get past. I think I got through the first dungeon, and that's about it.
8's interesting.
Yes, I am aware. I am definitely aware.
Yeah.
8 is of course is the one. 8 is the one that is very interesting in how it is as a game.
Yes.
Oh, I can put a better shield. I can put a better shield on John. That's very good.
Personally, it is one of my favorites because, again, I have weird taste when it comes to games sometimes.
I mean, same.
But I think it has a lot of stuff to it that sometimes gets
overly maligned.
And it's also just something where, like, it's very messy. It is definitely very messy, but to me that's almost part of the appeal.
Yeah, to be entirely honest,
yes.
FF8 specifically, the way people talk about FF8 and the way I have seen people talk about FF8 on many sides of it, is kind of like the first the first part, the first number one reason as to sort of the first cause of what led to me wanting to do this whole thing. I specifically did it because I want to play FF8. I want to experience FF8 for myself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want to experience the whole series for myself finally, but FF8 was kind of like where my thought process of that led to this started.
Yeah, I entirely get it. It's one of those ones where, I mean, it's, say what you will about the quality of the game,
Mm-hmm.
One way or the other. I think a game that inspires people to do the sort of theory crafting that you need to do to have the very silly Squall is dead fan theory. It says something about the investment that the story creates in people in one way or another.
That's definitely the thing. It's like that's definitely the kind of thing. Yeah. Also, our friend left on a journey to the west, talking about warp cube, and went to see our master. Yep, this is talking about the robot that went west and gave us the warp cube and is in the waterfall. And I imagine we're going to need the warp cube here to get to the Sky Fortress. So, thank goodness we actually went there first.
Yep. If we decided to go in another direction, it would not have been great.
It's always funny. I expect these to be like a unique mini boss thing, but it's just a very It's just one of the higher end spawns of enemies in these dungeons every time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, use the warp cube.
Good thing we had it. Yep.
Okay, we got a couple of spokes here with some treasure, and then progression is to the north. I'm glad I started using this mini map like that in the dungeons. This makes things a lot better. Hey,
it does.
This guy.
He'll probably go down even easier than he did the first time. Yep.
Adventurous Wayfarer. Razor. Cool scooter. A saber that casts Scourge when used. I don't even know
what even
Scourge is. Is Scourge one of the things we got on our Black Mage? No. Well, shit. I gotta equip that just to see it. I gotta use that in a battle just to see if it does anything. Okay. Sure. There's just a lot of magic in this game that is just an instant kill. It's just like I like that. It's funny. Also, it was brought up.
This game loves playing little pranks.
Yeah, it was brought up earlier in the previous session. I like that the weapons have different sprites depending on what you have equipped.
Yeah, it's a nice touch.
Like that, this orange sword for the Sunblade. The defender is this big green sword. Thor's hammer is very, very cool looking hammer. Ah, the first use of the word flan for one of these.
Yeah. Flan time. Classics of enemies.
Kaboom. We didn't walk without rhythm. So we've retracted the worm.
It's fine. If we, you know.
I gotta say,
if we did, we'd never learn. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for
Yeah,
doing
you're
the
welcome.
other side of the bit as well.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'll always finish a bit if I am aware of the bit happening.
Yeah. It's just, but yeah, it's like no matter how one feels about Dune as a series, the whole idea of that whole little bit of the sort of world building of it, of yeah, there are these giant sandworms, and the way you don't get gotten by them is you learn to walk across the desert without rhythm to how you walk. That's cool shit. That's some cool shit right there.
There's a lot of fun things to the setting. There's also a lot of questionable things to the setting.
Yes,
You know, that happens with settings.
Yeah.
And look, I'll fully admit, I should have more problems with it because of how fucking fat-phobic everything around it is. I still love from the Lynch Dune movie the line read of, "And get me that flying fat man, the Baron."
Yeah. Yeah. I've never seen the Lynch movie, but I am aware it's something special. It's something.
It
it's
is
something.
a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's a fun movie.
See, the Sky Fortress is a spoke dungeon. Dungeon of spokes. At least it's not the fire dungeon. I think the fire dungeon was absolutely like the lowest point of this game.
Yeah. It was also, you know, at a time where we hadn't gotten to the point where we were kind of wrecking everything. So
Yeah.
it was just really unpleasant all around.
It was mostly that it was a time when we were still low on like resources in terms of like items, because we hadn't gotten the just sheer windfall of money that we are getting every dungeon now.
Mm. The one thing this is lacking that would make it really a Final Fantasy game of the era, or not a Final Fantasy game of the era, a D&D game of the era, is there should be a point where instead of going out on adventures, you just go to a board, hire some hirelings, and they all do all the work for you. Because that was, for some reason, the entire point of old D&D. It was about just getting enough wealth and power that you could hire people to do all the dangerous shit.
Yeah.
Which, I guess that's how you play
Designing a game in which your goal is to play less of the game.
Yes.
Which, I mean, hey, clickers are very popular. I don't mean. I feel like that sounded like I was being mean about clicker games. I'm not. I love clicker games. They're cool. There are some very, very interesting ones out there.
Yeah, definitely. The one that I liked for a while, which unfortunately the servers were defunct, so it's a little harder to play now, is the Katamari one, Tap My Katamari. That one was just like,
yeah,
tapping to Katamari music turns out to be pretty fun.
Yeah. Okay, I want to talk about good OSTs in video games. Katamari, yes. Baby.
Yes.
Katamari games. Just there's like this was mentioned on like a stream, you know, when Fantuesdays was streaming Katamari recently. I'm just like, any song in those games is someone's favorite song. It's very good.
Absolutely. Extremely good.
Like I'm a huge mark for like any variation on just the main main song of just, you know, like Katamari on the swing, Katamari on the rocks, Katamari, you know, it's all that stuff. Good music. Katamari is just pleasant. I really wish they would do a re-rolled kind of release of We Love Katamari, like they did the first one, you know?
Yeah, it'd be nice if they did that. If they released other game that wasn't just reusing stages.
Yeah, like on that note, you know, like the PS3 360 Katamari game did get added to Xbox One backwards compatibility, so I could play that one again if I wanted to. Like, again, it is one that is kind of just a lot of reusing, you know, the you know, sort of a lot of reusing of the stuff from the previous games, but it's Katamari, you know, you love Katamari. It's also got, I think, if I remember correctly, because I had that game on PS3, I might still have it on PS3 actually. I have to check my disc book. That is the one where you can jump, which is very interesting as a movement tool in a Katamari game. So look at all that money we have. There's so much money. Up, black robe and white robe.
Nice. They've been wearing these the entire time, but you know.
Casts Invisora when used. Neat.
And guards against fire and instant death.
Casts Blizzara when used. Sure. Guards against ice and time irregularities. That's really fun. That's a really fun thing when you think about it. It's just like these robes keep you from being time fucked.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
John is very susceptible to sleep. He has gone to sleep so many times.
An extremely sleepy man.
It's mostly only happened. We've only noticed sleep as a thing that the enemies do after the job change. So it's just like John became more powerful and larger, but at the expense of narcolepsy.
God.
Oh wait, this is not gonna do much damage. They're super weak to fire. Forgot. That one. Upwards. Up. We have moved away from spokes. But oh no, there is another teleporter. So I was gonna say I'm willing to bet one of these doors is the crystal, but no, there is another teleporter up, so probably not actually. Yeah. Unless it's that one. It might be this one. Either way, right now what I'm gonna do is use not key items. I am going to use, where did it go? The dry ether on Jack here.
Dreether.
This is a rude set of spells to all have in the same slot. Jeez. I mean, it's not like I don't have a bunch of fucking ethers though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we stocked up, so we should be okay.
Yeah. Orb. The location of the Chaos Shrine. Yeah, I do believe the Chaos Shrine does end up being the final dungeon. First dungeon is the final dungeon.
Yeah, that's a cute little thing that they do.
Yeah. I mean, that's
a fun little twist.
That is the thing I like. One of the things I like about FF1 is the way it, you know, he read my mind.
Cycles around on itself.
Yeah, it is a game about it is a game about a loop. It is very interesting in the way it handles that. Like the idea, just the whole just thing of Garland is rather cool for how basic of an RPG this game kind of is. I mean, that's the thing is it's not as basic as like Dragon Quest 1, for example. Dragon Quest 1 is super general, sort of super basic in terms of like what it's doing story and world wise. This game has quite a bit more flavor and crunch to it than you expect, kinda going in.
Absolutely.
Don't know what that room is about there. A lot of tiles in that room.
Yeah, probably important.
Or not. It could just be nothing.
True.
Hey, it's these guys again. New form of this guy. I love this guy. I might as well check. But yeah, like what I was getting at is that, you know, game is there is knowledge in these.
No known weakness.
Sheer heart attack has no weakness.
I love that the Rakshasas are supposed to be like running towards the camera, but because of that, they just sort of look like torsos.
Yeah, they're very funny. But yeah, what I was getting at, I keep not finishing my thought. It's just that for as basic of a game as this is, it does have more. It has a much more like. It has much more like less. It has more flavor and like in like you kind of stuff to it than you might expect from it otherwise. The thought continues to elude me in a coherent way, but you get what I mean, you know?
I get it. Yeah. analyzing the heck out of Tiamat.
Turns out, rocks are really resistant to fire.
Makes sense.
Alrighty then, no known weakness for Tiamat. We have been told this about 12 times now, so...
Sheer heart of Tiamat has no weaknesses. I'm going to step away to make that tea I mentioned to you before stream. I'll be back in a little bit.
Feel free. I'm not doing much here anyways.
Yeah, true. It's a dungeon.
It's a dungeon. We've seen a lot of them. Dungeons is the same. Oh, those are the last 4 chests. So, we are nearing the end. Sasuke's blade. Oh, jeez, come on. I'm going to take actually a quick little break too, and I will be right back. Hello, I am back. Ugh. Oh, huh. Didn't realize you could look at who all could equip something in here. That's neat. That's a really neat feature. Right, well, this is certainly a floor that was not designed with the idea of an in-game map. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. This is another map that loops. That wraps. Oh, dear. That's evil. That's such an evil design.
Hey, I'm back.
Hi, welcome back. Hey, please look at this is the floor after the one we were on before. Please look at this floor.
Oh, fuck this.
Yeah. Hey, guess what? Guess what else? Guess what else?
Yeah?
It also does that thing.
Oh, it also loops?
It also
Cool,
loops.
cool.
This is very much a floor designed for it to be a real fucker floor in the time before a map system. Also, we did open up every chest. All the rest of the chests in the dungeon were on that floor, and we did find our first ninja-only weapon.
Ooh, neat.
Which, also, by the way, I found out a feature that I did not know about. If you highlight a weapon in the item list here, or any piece of gear, it tells you which classes can equip it.
Oh, that's helpful.
That
That's
is very
really neat.
cool. Yeah, like Vorpal Sword is only available to the upgraded classes. These 3 upgraded classes.
Mm-hmm.
The Diamond Gloves are only for
Knights
knights.
only.
The Mage's Staff, Black Mage, Ninja, and Black Wizard. Neat stuff.
Knights Only is also my Ren Fair Enthusiast dating app that I'm working on.
Ah, Dragon Mail.
Hey, you're not a Dragoon. Those don't exist yet. You've got to wait one game.
Oh, I see. The Protect Cloak is a shield that the
Of
mages
course.
that the wizards can use. Who do I want to defend more? Who do I love more? You are squishier, so you get this. Anyways, I think we are at the final part of the dungeon. Since we have...
Fuck John. All our homies hate John.
John is capable. John is hyper capable.
That's true.
Yeah, I did check the location list earlier. Excuse me.
Let's see.
I checked the location list earlier, and we have fully cleared this dungeon, basically. All the chests, except for there is one item, which I assume might be the crystal. I don't know if they count the crystals as items on this, or if we're gonna leave here with an extra little goodie. I don't know. We still have not found adamantite, which that one dwarf wants.
Alternately, we leave, and it's the one item we need for the legendary weapon.
Yeah. Yeah. After I might just look up.
Get it.
I might just look up the where the adamantite is or whatever.
I'll look it up.
Okay.
I'll look it up right now. I don't give a shit.
That's fair. I also don't give a shit. That's why I was gonna look it up. Oh, geez, something is in my nose. Hold on. Oh, I don't know. I just felt a really big sneeze coming on just there. Oof.
Adamantine. The adamantite item is found on the second floor of the Flying Fortress.
Ah.
Once found, it can be taken to the Dwarven Smith, who will forge it into Excalibur.
Yeah, the Dwarven Smith, who is in the smithy in the dwarven location.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess we'll come back. I guess. God,
the Excalibur is an ultimate weapon.
Yeah.
It is the second strongest sword in the game.
Mm-hmm.
It does 45 attack and has 35 accuracy. And it counts as being all elements and does extra damage to every creature type.
I mean, coming back up from the bottom would be more of a pain than going back down from here.
Okay. Fair.
Because that second floor of the Mirage Tower is annoying.
Mm-hmm. Now, this doesn't say exactly where it is. It just says it's on the second floor.
Yeah, I'll find it. I'll be able to find it. The second floor wasn't too hard to navigate.
Oh, I do really like the... So, I'm looking at the Final Fantasy wiki. I do really like the choice of quote that they went with for the top one.
Mm-hmm.
Partially because it's from Final Fantasy Tactics A2 Grimoire of the Rift.
Oh, crap. Yeah.
Which is an interesting pull. Mm-hmm. But, the description in that game is apparently, only a true knight may touch the sword's hilt. The blade isn't half as discriminating.
That's a good quote. The writing in the Tactics Advanced games is very good.
Yeah. Weird that that the writer for the main Tactics game is so bad when it comes to writing FF14.
Rip. Yeah.
Rip.
Fucking rip.
Big rip.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of the worst parts that his real weak parts were during COVID, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I am just speaking from the perspective of having played through the Return to Ivalice stuff.
That is very fair. That is also just bad, and there's no real COVID excuse for that.
Yes, that's just bad, flat out.
Yeah. Okay, so somewhere here. Oh, you know what? You know what it is? You know where it is? It's the one room I didn't go because it didn't have any treasure chests in it. Earth Medusa. Earthier than a regular Medusa.
My god. They just wouldn't let you run.
Nope. These guys, though. Immediately. Yeah, look at that. There it is.
Just a big old crystal.
Just a big old crystal in this fortress. I will say, with some of these dungeon designs, particularly this one, the routing of the speed run for this is probably pretty interesting. Because, like, if you were just rushing through this dungeon, it's pretty short. So, like,
but there's a lot of good gear.
Yeah, it's like, what is the, especially for this, the final, like, dungeon of the game almost. Like, what is the gear you're going for necessarily? You know, like, what are you going for in your speedrun? What are you choosing not to go for versus what you are? You know, very interesting to think about that. RPG speedruns can be pretty fun.
Shame they're so long.
Yeah,
so
they generally tend to be pretty long. generally speaking, you can only make a multi-dozen hour game so short at the top, at the highest speed you can possibly go. All right then. Nope. All right then. High potions. You. And ethers. Quick save. Let's fight a Tiamat.
Hell yeah. What she look like in this one? Oh, just very dino.
Very, very Hydra-esque. Very, actually, a bit more, a bit of an Orochi kind of look to her.
She's like a massive leg, the heads with legs.
Oh, did not mean to tell you to flee. I can't believe they even let me do that. Yeah, thank you, I know. Actually, what I should be doing first is Proterra, honestly. And haste on one of these boys. Oh dear.
Didn't actually inflict poison, please.
Doesn't seem to have, yeah.
But Jack could use a juice box.
Yep. Oh, we do have Scourge, actually, as a Black Mage spell. Instantly kills all enemies. So, yeah.
It's a kill one. Okay. That's why we didn't remember it, though, because we both saw it and we're like, this is never going to come up.
Yeah. We finally found a boss that I'm not just plowing through.
True.
Holy seems to be the strongest strongest magic attack we got against it. Tiamat does have no weaknesses, though. There we go.
Tiamat's pretty weak to being hit with a sword a bunch.
Yeah, especially a tempered sword. Again, minimal amount of challenge. The wind's caress.
We did it. We saved the
We
world.
did it.
Or we're about to. You know.
It's time to kill chaos.
Finally. Been so hungry and thirsty for chaos death or something.
First, gotta go see a dwarf. So yeah, you gabbed with her Smith. In the smithy he is.
Wow.
I love that. I love that guy. We don't even talk to him. We just put a crystal on his thing. He's like, here you go. Hey, look at this.
Hoots.
Hoots.
Ta-da!
Look at that sword.
That is JRPG-ass looking powerful sword.
Yeah.
Got
yeah,
the
it
gem
is.
in the hilt and everything.
Yep. The sword of myth. And yeah, Excalibur is knights only. Effective against all types of enemies. And yeah, the ninja only weapon we found, Sasuke's blade. All right then.
Thank you, Sasuke, for leaving your blade here.
I do believe we might need to talk to the guys at Crescent first, since they seem to imply as a thing, but who knows. I was mashing the wrong button again because this changed. Wow. This controller is using different inputs now.
Steam can be fun about that.
Yeah. It's, it's a thing of going from a PlayStation 5 controller, which was only showing keyboard inputs on screen for some reason, to an X input controller.
I am Lucan.
Power
We
must
need
be
to
directed
talk
toward
to-
its proper end.
Do we need to talk to every single one of these fuckers?
No, I don't think, actually, we might not need to talk to any of them at all. It might be, you know what, I think I saw this guy bringing the light of the 4 crystals to us. I think he's talking in general, us as in the world. And I did not actually have to come back here. Ah, yeah, and this guy, here it is. This is the guy telling me, like, hey, go to the Chaos Shrine and go back in time. And yeah, here is this guy explaining the time loop to us. With a soft implication that, like, we're not even from, like, this world. Like, as soon as we came to this land, time started flowing improperly.
There is sort of an implication that Strangers of Paradise has run with.
Yeah.
That this is a fucking isekai.
Yeah. The idea that these characters are the player, more or less, in a way. But, like...
Because they're also, on some level, I think, the expectation for this era of game is when you make your characters in this, you're probably naming themselves after you and your friends.
Yeah.
So, it stands to reason from there, well, they're probably gonna be, effectively you.
Yeah.
Finally, we do something with this big-ass orb.
Orbs and crystals, orbs and crystals, and orbs and crystals, and orbs and crystals.
I've been thinking a lot about orbs lately. Orbs. Famous video game balls in general.
Oh my. And yeah, here we go. The actual dungeon, the Chaos Shrine. It sure is a dungeon.
It sure is a big room.
We can go up, or we can go down. I'm willing to bet if we go left, we will loot. Which this place, it makes an amount of sense. It is a Chaos Shrine. Oh wait, we can't go left. Whack him with a stick. We can neither go left nor right. I mean, I like that the implication, if you look, you know, it's still normal out there. It's just 2,000 years ago, this was a much bigger place.
Yes. That's very neat, and it's like a cool way to expand on this room. Because, like, the original version of this dungeon kinda does look like ruins, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Wonder if we have to do something with this at some point. I don't know. Oh hey, it's these guys again. Goodbye. Okay. This is gonna be a hell of a dungeon, I can already tell. Nope. No. The wrong enemies to auto attack on. Oops. A race to see who will finish casting first. It was John.
God.
Hey, we have broken quad damage numbers. The purple worm.
Yeah, that's another D&D monster.
Yeah.
Classics of Endgame who, you know, eats you whole. That's their entire deal, they eat you.
Yep. Chimera and Rios. Wait, what was that? I missed whatever. It looked like a weapon.
I didn't catch it either.
Oh well.
It's probably fine.
No, it's not something we need, I don't think. Okay, down into the middle there. Oh no, Jean has been slowed. Whatever will we do besides win?
Yeah, we're really wrecking shit.
Ah,
Oh,
green.
it's this guy, but green! He looks even more out of Space Funeral than he did before, and he's already
Also,
dead.
he gave a single point of experience and a single kill.
Wow.
Dry
Good
ether.
job, buddy.
Oh no, poison dragons. Oh.
Where have I heard this song before?
This is like the main theme.
I know, I was joking.
Oh, sorry.
Give me some credit.
I'm sorry. I fucked it. I'm so sorry. Look, it's late. I'm sorry.
You dare insult me like this in my own home? In your own stream?
I'm sorry.
On this, the day of my daughter's wedding?
But no, like, I'm sorry. I was caught up in the fact and like listening to and that being like I hadn't heard the song yet in the game. With like,
It's a good track.
yeah,
I was just trying to do a little gap, a goof, a joke.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm stupid, and that is
You're
why.
fine.
No, I'm saying that as an excuse. Okay. Progression is up there. Nice. Good work, John. Actually, while I'm out here. Okay, there are chests in this dungeon. There is goodies to be found. Any in here? Any in here? Any in here? Nope. Okay.
Who knows? There could be another crystal just sitting on the ground.
Could be. Could be. Actually, wait. Were there any items? No, just chests. doesn't mean there isn't something interesting there. I doubt there's anything serious in there, actually. It's the final dungeon. What am I talking about? What? Oh, hello? Oh, Maniacal Gamer. Oh, Maniacal Gamer. Thank you for the raid. Holy shit.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Thank you. Hey, y'all.
We're getting towards the end of this video.
Yeah, we are nearing the end of Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster here, but yeah, thank you for the raid and thank you for the follow.
That's a heck of a hashtag.
If that was a follow, I don't know, maybe the thing read the raid thing, the stream alert read the raid wrong or something. It's going pretty good. This game...
Yeah, it's been...
This game is very old and very funny in a lot of ways, but good. Meow, lucky you, meow, get railed, Yoshi.
Yep.
What were y'all playing?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions.
Mario Party. That's what I was gonna guess with the get railed Yoshi.
That makes sense.
That's a very Mario Party type response.
Yoshi is a real fuck in those usually.
Yeah, for some reason, Yoshi is a rude dude.
Well, he did come about in the 90s, and if you're from the 90s, you have to at least a little bit be a rude dude with a bad attitude.
Yeah, a little bit of attitude.
It was the only thing that sold in the era. Everybody had to have sunglasses, be mean, maybe have a certain god.
That's very funny. Yeah, a sticker. You always spam.
Of course.
The stickers are very fun to spam.
I haven't had a chance to pick that one up yet.
It's very good. It's a very good collection of those classic Mario Party maps and boards and mini games.
I said that casually, like I ever actually want to play Mario Party. Mario Party can be fun every now and then, but it has extremely always been a game for me of, I will play it if a friend has it at their house. I'm good.
Yeah, I feel you. But yeah, we are nearing the end of this here.
We are in the last dungeon.
This is just as a sort of rundown. This is a series I have started here with this game. So just 2 weeks ago I started this. I'm Final Fantuesdays. I will be playing through pretty much the entire Final Fantasy series, with some exceptions for some of the side games that I'm not going to be playing. But every mainline numbered game aside from the MMOs, and a lot of the expanded universe games like with 7 and 13, the sequels, a lot of the spin-offs like the tactics games and such.
Yeah, this is the Pixel remaster.
Yeah, this is the Pixel remaster of Final Fantasy 1. It's been very good so far. It's interesting to play something based on the original version of Final Fantasy 1 with the spell slot system. It was a lot more unique and kind of a thing to consider early on in the game. Now at the end, when we have a lot of spell slots and a lot of ethers, it's just kind of there. It allows us to use a lot more magic than I think we would in a Final Fantasy with a with the other MP system. Honestly, with how in terms of the long bursts we can go with of dungeon exploring. But yeah, every Tuesday I am for the moment I'm going to be playing through most in order the Final Fantasy series. First off going through the Pixel remasters of 1 through 6, which the whole idea of this is that I have not played most of the Final Fantasy series. I have played 1, I have played 5, and I have played almost to the end of 4, and little bits and pieces of some of the other ones. So I want to play through all of them and have my own fully experienced thoughts on the series, aside from 14 also, which doesn't count for this. This is not. I am already caught up in 14. I'm not going to replay 14 here.
Yeah. Again, MMOs are kind of off the table just because
I might play FF11 sometime just as a separate thing, but that's not something I'm going to commit to at the moment. I do like FF11. FF11 is a very cool game that I personally really like. Yep.
Also, hi, I'm Vega.
Yes, sorry.
No, it's your stream, please.
This is my friend Vega, baby. They are
Yes.
They are joining me on this journey through Final Fantasy.
Yes.
The long haul, basically.
I'm co-commentating, which mostly means I either come up with jokes or go off on just entirely long, unrelated to anything, tirades, I guess.
Tangents.
I imagine that'll slow down a bit once we get 2 games with more, plot,
More to talk about in the game itself.
mechanics.
They also are here to do bits that I completely miss and make them look like a fool and myself look like a fool.
Yes, it's fine. I'm used to it.
But yeah, you should also follow them over at twitch.tv/Vega_baby. They also stream multiple times a week. They stream some very cool stuff.
I'm one of those VTubers you've heard a lot about.
Yeah.
Don't get too excited. I'm all still images. I'm
Okay.
leaning into like the visual novel thing.
Who
Don't
likes
worry about
boss refights?
it. Yep, I do. He
been a while since we've
still
seen
looks
you.
like a DreamWorks character.
Yeah. It's been a while since we fought you, and guess what? I have actually damaging white magic to use against you now.
The refights do have more health than they did the first time you fought them.
Oh, I'm sure they
because
do.
If they didn't, it would be funny. I don't know if Tiamat's that much more powerful than when you fought her. Just
I would
'cause,
hope not.
You know, you just fought her. I do like that we're just autoing through this, though.
I have no respect for Lich.
That's fair.
He does have a lot more health than he did the first time, though. Dang.
Not that much more.
I'm also
But
not doing
more.
like as ridiculous damage because I'm not tempering and hasting my physicals here.
That really does seem to be the pro strat in this one.
Yeah, especially because the compounds of like hasting lets you hit more, and then you are not just getting like a single boost. You are getting every hit you normally would make ×2 boost to attack. Okay, this is interesting. This is an interesting looking floor.
Yeah.
How do we get through this one? Oh, there's doors. I didn't
There's
notice
doors.
the one.
Yeah,
Doors.
there you go. I will note, we have been talking about how easy this is, relatively, at this point.
Yeah, this game has kind of had a bit of a steamrolling effect as we've progressed. We are kind of just plowing through things really hard.
Part of that, like you said, is that we have ethers, and we can just sort of recharge everything and go through it that way. Ethers weren't in the original version of this game. Like, it's one thing they added for convenience's sake.
Yeah, the very original version of this game, this was a lot rougher.
Yeah, if you were playing without ethers, it probably wouldn't be that much more difficult, technically. It would just be a lot more having to leave, go to the end, rest, come back.
Yeah.
So it would just be more time, more than anything, and the final fights would be probably easier in some ways, because you would be forced to grind by just the sheer nature of having to run in and out of the final dungeon several times.
Yeah.
I'm guessing there's treasure below us.
Maybe. Yeah, there are doors down there.
It's not a long trip, so we might as well check.
Oh no, ambushed.
Why couldn't those dragons have done 5 more damage to John? Then I could have made a 420 Blaze It joke. Damn. Fuck.
Hoisted.
Shit.
Nope, did not mean to hit flee. God, mashing. Got caught mashing. Oh, pff,
You got caught mashing.
I got caught
And
mashing.
because of that, you lost out on XP.
Yep.
Gotta watch it.
Yep, there's a chest there. Oh, jeez. This is a bit more extensive down here than I thought. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, way, way, way more extensive than I thought.
Well, I mean, maybe this stuff will be worth it.
I'm real curious.
Okay, another protect cloak. That's pretty good. Like, finally, the protect cloaks are shields that we can finally use on our mages.
Yep, which is a big deal. Oh, we're actually kind of starting to run low on heal potions.
Yeah, but also we have so many ethers. I feel like we're probably gonna. I feel like we're probably at like the correct amount of things, basically, that from when we bought stuff to get through the rest of this game.
Looking at our playtime, this isn't that long a game.
No. And I mean, you know,
this would be longer if we had to grind.
Yeah, this is with a lot of convenience and also existing knowledge.
Yeah. I imagine, right. You got caught mashing.
I got caught mashing.
Maybe you should turn off menu memory.
No, never.
Alright, fine.
It's more important that when I want to mash, I can mash.
Fair enough. That's what auto battle's for.
Yeah, but I'm not used to auto battle.
Okay.
Auto battle is new.
I get it.
Yeah, also, introduction to the team here. We have John, and Jack. Our squad of Warriors of Light. The John squad.
Who all want to kill Chaos. They'll kill Chaos. It's not a hunger, it's a thirst, etc., etc. You've seen the trailers, you know the jokes.
Yeah.
It's fine.
You've been on the internet over the last few months. You've seen it. You've seen the jokes.
I guess an elixir's kind of worth it.
Yeah, elixir is worth it. A single guy. Come on. We are well past that point now, game.
One individual man. He did nothing.
Like, a single hit from Fighter John is gonna take care of anything. Once again, feeling the desire for the more modern game nicety of encounter rate changes, encounter rate effects.
Absolutely. It's gonna be a while until we actually get those.
Yeah. Oh no, it is, and like not until after these pixel games, honestly.
Yeah, like we'll be playing versions of the 3D games that will have some of those convenience options, I think. But I don't think they've put them in any of the pixel remasters.
Yeah.
Which, you know, that's fine, but...
Yeah, I get it. I mean, it's only really bad in the earlier ones. Like, I can handle it in 5. 5 at least is a game that is overall balanced. The whole class job system and everything, you know. Combat is much more interesting in that game to me. So
yeah, there's at least a little more going on. Like,
also, I look forward to when we get to the games where I can hold down 2 buttons to run. Another Sasuke's blade. If you went
wield in this one,
no, in the chance that you went for a double ninja team, I guess.
I guess so.
You cannot.
Or if you miss the other one, I guess.
I guess, yeah. Although this one is further out of the way than that one was, for sure. Yeah, it is ninja only. Oh well. I think honestly, we are at a point where like I'm not sure what really good thing there could be in a side path that I want to go out of my way for anymore.
We got an elixir, I guess.
Yeah.
And yeah, we got like the ultimate weapons for those two. Unless there's something secret that would be really good for either white mage or white wizard, black wizard. I don't think.
And I doubt there is.
Yeah. At least we got one elixir out of the deal. I was just curious as to what the hell they could even have.
Yeah. I mean, the extra protect cloak is like a very good thing to have gotten, for sure.
Yes. So that was worth it at least.
And the elixirs are nice, even if I haven't really used them much. But...
Well, now would be the time.
Yeah.
Or at least, after we get to the final boss.
Yeah. Nope, nope, no. No. Cool. I love that for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Time for hastes and tempers.
Time to just really make Marilyn stay terrible. Again.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think we should just heal.
Yeah, no, it's just... It's not doing enough damage each time that we can't heal through it. Just...
I feel like at this point in the game, the null spells might not be good for us because of the weird way evasion works.
Yeah, the fact that they just... the fact that they can just miss. Like, come on. Come on.
Yeah.
Right.
Just a weird quirk of the
tempering. It's very funny though, like when I do the haste and temper thing, it's generally by the time I finish setting those up that the boss dies.
Whew. It's been that way so far. I feel like in these refights we might see more use out of it.
Yeah. There she goes.
Nice. Looks like we're gonna zigzag through a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Just seeing... I'm not seeing any chests on this floor at least, so we don't need to worry about going.
What the heck could even be in that central room there, though?
Yeah, I don't know. They had a few of these like altar kind of things in a few of these places, and they don't seem to do anything.
I guess it's just for decoration. Let's not worry about it then. Lightning?
Oh yeah, lightning would probably have been a better choice.
It's fine. It's not like they're doing much damage right now.
Yeah.
They're doing an okay amount, but it's like...
nothing we can't, recover from.
Yeah. Also, like, that's still decent damage. I'm gonna check just because I'm curious.
Yeah, nothing there on those.
So, uh... the thing that we are missing from not playing the GBA remake of this, or any versions that have the extra content from that, is there are extra dungeons after every single crystal. I figured I'd check that and see what exactly we're missing.
There's a whole bunch of extra dungeons that have bosses from later games in them, like basically like the same elementally themed boss from another game, generally speaking, when there is one. Like for example, the Earth one. After you beat Lich, the dungeon that you'll unlock will have somewhere in there. You can find Scarmayone from 4, and then others from other games.
Yep. They are generally based on areas from other FF games, it seems like, too, just in general. You don't get much out of them. There's, like, new treasures there that, like, are just, like, slightly better legendary weapons you could get if you really want to. It's not a whole lot.
Yeah.
So we're not missing much.
Yeah, that's the thing with, like, the extra content that was added to these older games in like the GBA and PSP and whatnot ports is you're not getting much out of doing that extra content. It's just there to be like sort of a challenge, I guess, to just be something to do, something extra to do. To sort of spice up the port, I guess, is the idea.
I'd kind of argue that the extra content from Final Fantasy II is kind of worth it, just because it adds a bit to the story that's, at the very least, very funny. But
I would not know anything about that, so maybe we will check that out at some point. I do kind of want to try some of the extra content in other versions of these games at some point. So that's something for a later time, probably.
Yeah. We'll save that then, because all I'll say is that might be worth checking out. It might not be worth playing through that entire version of the game, because there are a lot of weird differences and all that. But
it might be a thing. Maybe
like,
we'll look up.
I am certain there are saves out there right before doing that dungeon.
Yeah, I'm sure we can find a save.
Especially because it is explicitly an epilogue dungeon.
Oh, there you are. I think I went the wrong way. Oh, yeah, I very went the wrong way. Oopsie. Whoa, lots of boys. The Johns are out.
Yes, the Johns. They've been let out of their cage. They're free. They're free.
Coming out of my cage, and I've been doing just John.
Well,
that was a weird attempt.
Phrasing.
A bit.
I'm sorry. I can't not point out the phrase.
Yes, I know. I'm aware. You have a need. You have an obligation. Far be it from me to stop you.
It's not just a want. It's a desire, a need, a thirst.
Yeah. Let's see if Kraken can actually hit us with anything this time.
Oh yeah, like we wiped him out quick last time, huh?
Yeah. Oh.
I think he'll get to do some stuff. Yeah.
I figure some. I guess one of the elemental fiends has to do thunder. It makes sense for the water one, like, in a way. Water's not a magic type in this. Water isn't a magic type in this game, so.
Yeah. Which, you know, real weird that there's a crystal for it. And not a crystal for, you know, thunder.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, in the case, like, the crystals are, you know, the 4 typical elements, as people know them. And then it's just they chose instead to do something different. I guess ice is kind of water, you know, in a sense. They can be considered that. It's.
Then why isn't Kraken using Blizzard?
No idea. That's a good That's a very good question. I don't know who uses Blizzard of the bosses, honestly.
I can sort of get the logic behind Kraken having thunder in the sense that sea monster often attacks during storms, lightning. Sure. It's just my bigger problem is with the crystals. Why have 4 elements for that, but not 4 elements you cast with? It's like an obvious connection to make there.
It's always been one of the funny things about Final Fantasy of how their magical systems work and are presented. All right, we have hasted and tempered the night. It is time for the damage. I wonder if maybe fire might be the correct answer here. Nope, it's not. It's definitely not. And it's too late now, anyways.
Yeah, it's fine.
I should definitely haste and temper John before I even touch John.
Yeah, definitely. He just benefits more from it.
Yeah, he just does the most with it. Oh, that's certainly a goodie down there.
It cannot possibly be worth it.
Yeah. But what if, though?
I'm really curious. What the hell would they even put down
God,
there?
this is definitely, like, cursed dungeon design of tempting you.
Like, here's the thing. You wouldn't even know it was tempting you in the original version. You didn't have a mini map.
That's the thing. Is like it works in the original version somewhat, where it's just like you're just wandering and you find it, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Here's what I'll suggest. We do have the tool known as quick save.
It's true.
We can quick save like here.
It's true.
Head down there, and if it's not worth it, just reload instead of having to walk back.
Yeah.
I do want to know what the hell they think's worth putting down there, though. Because, like, what could it even be?
I appreciate
that.
Oh, no. Dragon, zombies, and vampires count as wind aspected according to this game. Okay. What is it? Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm fine.
Okay,
with that.
That's actually worth it. Yeah.
Is that a ninja only weapon? I wonder.
I think
probably is, but we'll
it's
see.
Probably a ninja.
Oh yeah, it's
weapon.
definitely got like the slightly more thin design that Sasuke's blade one does. Oh wait, no, it's an everybody.
But
weapon.
anybody can use it.
It's a literally anybody weapon.
Wow. Wow. But it's good.
Oh my god,
it's a good upgrade.
That actually makes it the best weapon in the game, aside from the not having the element stuff that Excalibur has.
Hold on. I'm gonna look this up.
Well, I'm putting it on the White Wizard because then I'm not just spamming
very
holy.
Funny.
Then I'm not just spamming holy for them all the time.
Yeah, true.
Like holy is a good spell, but it doesn't seem like it's doing big enough numbers.
Why can anybody use it?
That's so funny. Like, I wonder if that's intentional or what.
I feel like it should be a ninja weapon, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's got the same
it's a katana.
It's like only it and Sasuke's blade have this like specific, slightly different icon.
Yeah. What the fuck? Why? Why?
Why?
Why? Also, like, the white mage can't equip blades.
They can now.
Like, that's their thing. It's the
test
D&D
this.
thing where clerics can't use blades.
I gotta see the numbers. I gotta see the numbers.
Yeah. What the hell?
Yeah, those are numbers.
Yeah, that's good numbers. That's better than the ninja.
That's okay. Well, we
God.
have 3 targets for hasting and tempering now.
Yep. Yeah, we sure do. We sure do. What the fuck?
White mage gets it first because goddamn.
I'm pissed off.
This rules. I love this. Video games are art.
God fucking damn. What the hell?
Like, I wonder if is that a thing in the original version of this game, or is that something
Yes.
that somehow went wrong in the Pixel remaster?
It's a thing in the original game. I looked it up.
Good.
It's just a thing. It's just a thing for some reason.
Like, I wonder if
I'm
it's like that
almost
thing.
certain it's an accident.
Yeah,
like,
well, it's got to be like a kind of thing like the whole weird situation that is, you know, debatable and anecdotal online of Ultima in 2.
So, I've seen. Apparently, it was either like Recetera or Reset Era or another site. There was actually an archive that story actually comes from an interview with I think Sakamoto.
Yeah.
It comes from, so it's not like completely out of nowhere. There's like an actual dev in an interview mentioned it. So
Yeah. Oh, boy.
I
Be a lot of
don't
hits.
think that it's quite as
Yeah, I just mean that like the actual like details of it seem to vary a lot depending on who's
yes.
saying.
That's true. You know, we could probably have cast Emperor and stuff on somebody who isn't going to need to focus on healing for a little bit.
No, this is fine. This is also what I'm choosing to do so that I can put temper and haste on more people before the fight just ends.
Fair.
But also, it might be a while before the fight just ends. God dang.
Yeah. Tiamat's gotten a power up, and Tiamat already took a while.
Yeah.
And it hasn't been that long since we fought her. So.
It's
yeah.
so funny that like in regular battles, Jack is the clearer, just end the battle, and then here in boss fights, he is
entirely focused on buffing.
he is the support character. God, it's so sad looking at John attack. Jeez.
Yeah, the poor bastard. He just wanted a fancy katana, but it went to the wizard.
It wouldn't. I mean, that's the thing. Is like if I gave him the Masamune, it wouldn't make much difference from where he is right now.
Yeah, true.
I think this is just where we are seeing the thing we were told from the beginning of Thief is just kind of not a great choice in this game.
Yeah, like, apparently in the original version it was even more busted in terms of not working. But,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely
okay.
would have been I guess, yeah, definitely, like, the monk is the optimal choice. But also, you know, again, I wanted to pick Thief because I like how Thief looks. It's too bad
Monk,
Ninja looks a little more generic.
Monk is good early game, but
Well,
I'm pretty sure it bottoms out pretty quick in this one.
Maybe.
I'm still pretty certain of that.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm
Might have been better.
basing
Might
that
have been better to
partially
take a red
also
mage.
on-
Also, might have been better to take a red mage. Might have been better to just take another fighter. Who knows?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. I'm guessing by the look of this room, this might be the end. This
I don't know
this
why you
pentagram
think
ass, this pentagram ass floor here. Actually, not a pentagram. That is a six-sided star.
Yeah, that is a Star of David, which, like, why?
Yeah.
I know why, because it's just an occult symbol that they probably didn't know the context of. That they just
Yeah, or it's just that it's used a lot in this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like you see six-sided stars in like especially in Japanese depictions of like occult stuff. Yep, there he is.
All right. Make sure everybody's fully topped off.
Yep.
And we're good.
Most renowned knight of Cornelia. 2,000 years from now, you killed me. I am Garland.
Jack Garland.
Oh, you did defeat me then. But the four great forces saved me by sending me back through time. I'm not gonna get over the fact that the main character of Stranger Paradise is Jack Garland for a while. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. I mean, they were right in pivoting into acknowledging that everybody already figured out he's Garland and just, like,
Yeah.
leaning into the idea of how the fuck did he become
For the
this?
thing, like the whole thing, for me especially, it's just like, I legitimately really love Garland. Like, Garland is one of my favorite Final Fantasy characters overall. I love Garland. I love, especially him in this, how he looks and acts in Dissidia. That's like a big thing.
Yeah, like, even in this first game, even though the story is very, very basic, he has an extremely striking presence. It just works.
Yeah.
And then he does this.
Yeah.
He becomes Exodia the Forbidden One.
Chaos.
I guess it's more of an Obelisk the Tormentor.
It's a mixture. It's both. And here we get the very cool final arena.
His mouth's open a little bit, and I just want to shove a hamburger in there. I don't know why that's my thought whenever a boss character has their mouth open like that, but I just want to throw a little slider in there. What's with that face in his chest?
I don't know what's with the faces on his knees.
Yeah, that's true too.
Oh, I did not mean to haste him. I meant to haste John, but oh well.
It's fine.
Oh, there's Flare.
That's a lot of damage.
That's big damage.
Big money, big prizes. I love it. Yeah.
At least the Aga spells are not doing ridiculous amounts of damage to us.
Yeah, that's a plus. Flare's the big danger here, no question.
Yeah. Is there shell in this game, or is it only protect?
We've got Null. Yeah, there's a shell.
Null All, I guess, is the closest, and that just... the fact that those can be dodged!
I mean, Null All seems a bit more accurate because it's a higher level spell.
Maybe.
So it might be worth going for.
I'm gonna go with Invisora first, because that is an everybody move. And then Temper our ninja. Oh boy, he hits like a truck though, too. Jeez.
That too, yeah. That's with Protect on.
That's with Protect on, yeah. Wonder if slow will have any effect on him. We'll see.
Worth a shot.
Okay.
Ooh.
Made it barely. Might need to
He's
use.
okay,
I
folks.
might need to use. Okay, that missed. Okay, I might need to use Jack as an item thrower.
Now would be a good time for an elixir, perhaps, or an X potion.
Yeah.
Probably on John. More bang for your buck.
Yeah. Or I don't know which one you were saying, honestly.
Oh, right. The guy with more HP.
Yeah.
It's fine, though. He's also the guy who can take the most hits.
Yeah. And it's, it's fine.
Yeah, it's not that big a deal. God, his defense, though.
Yeah. I'm liking this rendition of the battle theme.
Yeah, see.
I feel like I would like it if it were a bit punchier, maybe, but I would like it a bit more. I would like it to be a bit punchier, maybe, but it's got good stuff going for it. Let us try Null All. Actually, let's put Null All. Let's try Null All on the ninja first.
Yeah, now that we have a little time to do it.
Can we inflict you a blind? No.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, imagine making them invisible first isn't helping.
Yeah.
Okay, Kiraga. Let's start throwing spells out for you. We're not going to temper and haste the white mage because they're not going to get to fight.
Yeah, there's too much damage being thrown around here.
Okay, Firaga did not do much. I imagine the strongest attacking magic spell is probably Holy.
That makes sense.
I mean, we could probably get Holy off here.
Yeah, John's a little
one time,
but I think he'll be okay. Yeah. Not much, and yeah, that's okay.
More.
I don't know if we've tried Blood Saga, have we?
No, not yet. I doubt it's going to do much more, but who knows?
It's worth a shot. God, our damage is so swingy. It's bouncing between like 500.
Yeah, like that's the thing. It's like I think the thing about temper, especially temper and haste, is what we're really doing is we are widening the range of rolls we can have basically.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not doing much damage as Jack. Might as well just throw Temper and Haste onto the White Mage just in case we do get a chance. Oop, that's a new move.
That is a new move.
Oof. There goes the ninja.
Well, bye, Gene. Is it even worth trying to get him up?
a bit. I mean, oh, yeah, it's like he's not. He's the most inconsistent damage,
Yeah.
and like it does mean there is not. It does mean that there, you know, the mages are more likely to be targeted though. But
That's true.
God,
It's one less mouth to heal though.
yeah. Whew.
Also, I think it's inherently funny when you win a fight with one person dead on the ground.
Yeah, it is. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this.
Yeah, that makes sense. Nice.
And, throwing out damage. Oh, come on.
That's rude. So many fewer hits.
Yeah. Actually, I want to experiment with something. Can haste stack? It probably can't. Too late.
Too late, can't tell.
I do want to get that guy up though.
Yes, 100%.
Because if nothing else, the black wizard's damage is consistent. It's not high, but it is an option at all times to get a consistent amount of damage. Well,
Yeah, that's the problem. We need to heal John as soon as possible.
yeah, no, that is a higher priority for sure. If we can, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
And yeah, Chaos has far and away the most health of anything, which makes sense, but it's a big number.
Yeah, it's a big number and it's a big jump.
Honestly, I think just reviving is not worth it at all.
Yeah, kinda. Better to try and get our damage out where we can.
Big number.
That's a big number. Healing.
Yeah. I almost got caught mashing.
Do not get caught mashing in the final boss fight, please.
Oh no.
That's dangerous.
16 hits, 380 damage. Thanks, game. Oh, jeez.
That's so much fucking...
Nope!
Okay.
There we go.
I guess that's his enrage. Maybe. It's hard to tell. Sometimes
It might be
these early bosses
like
just have
desperation.
random ass
Yeah.
AI. Whatever, we did it.
Look at these pixels. Woo! That's Final Fantasy I, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
A hell of a start to a very, very long project.
Yeah, and to a very long series.
Yeah.
A
series that would go on to be incredibly influential and iconic.
Like, in this first game, it shows itself willing to experiment.
Yeah. Like, I mean, that's the
a
thing.
lot.
Is, like,
the
as
story
I said,
is definitely that.
something I said, the first session we had of this. Final Fantasy is a series that has always sort of defined itself by that experimentation with each game, something new, something different from other games contemporary with it. It was a mere trick of fate that had given rise to the chain of Garland's wrath.
Garland just kinda coincidentally...
Just tripped headfirst into a time loop.
Yep. And created the fiends that then kept the time loop going somehow. And don't worry about it. It just happened.
Returning 2,000 years into the future to where... To back to after the time loop was ended, but they are going back to the start of the game still.
Mm-hmm.
And we end on just big mystery. How did this happen? Who knows?
You know,
when
sometimes
did this happen?
shit happens.
You know, it just... But I mean, maybe that's... I guess that's the question that Stranger of Paradise is looking to answer, maybe. That's my...
Yep. Just take a big marker, blot out none here and write in Tetsuya Nomura.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say that he's not actually directing it. He's just producing.
Yeah.
But it does... I kind of did it there, but it does kind of annoy me when people just attribute that game solely to Tetsuya Nomura and just go, oh, that wacky Nomura.
Tetsuya Nomura gets... Tetsuya Nomura is one of those, you know, it's the name that everyone recognizes and he gets attributed to a lot. Like a recent example of this is someone, people posting this quote of him about, like, you know, talking about, like, you know, director of original FF7 versus, I forget his name, and director of FF7R, Tetsuya Nomura, and it's all like, you know, the original director was talking about, like, had a very serious quote about, like, the plot and, like, the twists and, you know, the whole conflict and relationship between Cloud and Sephiroth. And the quote they were saying as, you know, FF7R director Tetsuya Nomura, Sephiroth is so cool. I wanted him to be so super cool. And, you know, like, you know, this is being presented as, like, the different approaches to FF7 versus FF7R. It's like the thing. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about that. The quote was Tetsuya Nomura talking about the original FF7 because he designed Sephiroth.
Yes.
He's the character designer for the original FF7.
Yes.
It's like this wasn't him as a director talking.
Yeah, it was important that you knew who Sephiroth was and that he was cool. That was important when designing the character visually. Yes.
Also,
like, you have to understand why Cloud admired him at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Also, here we have at the very end of this game the little sort of ending message of, like, you are the warrior who crossed time. You are the bringer of light. It's you. You are the hero.
You did it. Good job, Mara.
Thank you. But yeah, like, it's also part of, like, the thing with Final Fantasy, of, like, old RPGs and such, especially, but it's like this sort of like really leaning into the idea of you as a player. Also, it's interesting. I'm looking over at the screen right now. The stream right now, the stream feed.
Yes.
It's very funny. I'm looking at, like, this pixel, like, art here. It's very like on my very large monitor, and it's like a little, like, you can see the pixels very clearly, and then over on the stream it's like, oh, that looks really clean. Dang.
Aww. This last text.
Yeah, here's new.
Good.
This is new. Fans across the globe, both past and present. I missed the rest of it. Yeah, here we go with the credits. Oh, this is a cool credits effect here. I like this.
You're falling into the void.
Yeah.
This would be a really cool screensaver in 1995.
Yeah, it would. And this rendition of the song theme of Final Fantasy. Nobuo Uematsu. Love you, dude. Please get some rest. I forget. Is it known if 16 is going to be Soken?
I don't know who they've said is. I don't think they've said anything beyond that.
They probably haven't.
Yeah,
it would be cool. It would be cool to see. I know 14 is a lot. Is a full plate on its own. It would be cool if Soken got to do more for the series as well. There's definitely been this whole idea, this whole thing of him talking about him as him carrying on the torch from Uematsu.
Mm-hmm.
Really interesting way, and I agree. Soken has done amazing work,
extremely good work.
Yeah. It's funny that FF14, there's been 2 MMOs, but FF11 was always kind of a thing on the side of Final Fantasy as a whole. 14 is such a big part of just the real world story of Final Fantasy that the people who are making that game and becoming and making their name kind of within Square Enix and the game industry making that game are it's a big deal. It's a big part of it is a big thing unto itself, and that's really cool. I would like to see them get to do more. I know that they don't plan to stop with 14 anytime soon, but I mean someday that it's gonna come slow. It's gonna slow down a lot, I'm sure. It'd be cool to see them get to go out and branch out into more things within the greater series.
Yeah, it'd be neat.
I don't want them to be pigeonholed necessarily into if they do another MMO, farther down the line. I don't want. I would also I would be interested in it still, knowing that it's in their hands.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
That's all stuff for way down the line. We already know that Yoshi P's team, if not him himself, not him himself, is on 16, and that's very exciting unto itself.
I will just say, as an aside, I'm looking at the list of Final Fantasy games that Tetsuya Nomura worked on.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to know what he actually directed in the Final Fantasy series?
What did he actually direct?
Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy VII Advent Children.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's it.
Yeah.
Everything else, he's contributed concepts. He's been a creative producer.
Yep.
Everything else is just character design.
Yeah. That's the thing people always forget.
That's the main thing he does for Final Fantasy.
The main things he does are character design and Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts is his baby.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Kingdom Hearts is his baby. That's the thing he cares about. That's the thing where you actually get
it's
what Nomura
even
is
even
doing.
with even it's the thing he is primarily still in a lot of ways a character designer first in a lot of things.
Yes.
And he still gets stuff attributed to him. I know I've fallen into this trap as well of he gets attributed to the Twiwi series, the World Ends With You.
Yeah,
when
just
he's
the character design.
Really just the character designer. It's and obviously that's a big part of that game for sure. It's a huge part of that game.
Yes,
the style is a huge thing. But it's not
and
it's not like his it's not even Kingdom Hearts is not just him, obviously. It's a whole every game is a team.
To a certain extent, in a company like Square Enix, the big names in the studio probably do have some level of influence. Again, one of his titles on these games is creative producer, which means he does have a level of influence, being in that sort of position.
And even
that's very different from being a director.
Yeah, and even with and it is a known thing, of course, that for a long time they were putting him on too many things. They were he was, at one point a like I don't know if he was
He was
director
working on Versus 13.
Yeah, he was on Versus 13, and then which eventually became 15, and there was a whole ass mess that whole thing.
Yes,
obviously, but like it was a thing where he was getting put on too many things, and he was being given that role more than he could handle. Thus, that fed into the reputation a bit for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Which, yeah, I mean, God, I'm really curious as to what the hell he's going for with all of the stuff he introduced at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3, because it's very clear that some part of it is going to be expressing his original image for Versus 13.
Yeah, and stuff that has come out of the end of the mobile game as well.
Did that fully end?
Not Dark Road hasn't fully ended yet, but the Unchained, that one has ended, and it ends on some doozies. It ends on some doozies.
I know that bit.
Yeah, I don't know if Dark Road has fully finished yet or not. I think it was supposed to.
I feel like
I know it's supposed to have. I know it's supposed to finish like by the end of this year.
It was supposed to finish in September, but they had to push it back. The thing is, the reason those games died wasn't anything to do with how much of a player base they had, though that was a factor. Mm-hmm. The bigger factor was everything in them was created in Flash, and nobody works in Flash anymore.
Yeah.
And like they straight up put out a call to hire people who could work in Flash animation. They didn't find anybody or at least not anybody who met their standards. So like that game could not continue.
And for what it's worth, it's not like it ended. It did kind of. For the way Kingdom Hearts works, it did kind of work itself to a fitting, a sort of like an actual ending by weird Kingdom Hearts stuff happens, obviously, and it's a lot of stuff of what does, and it's, I don't know how to explain myself better, but I think you get what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just like, well, we have to stop making this, so end. Bam. No, it's like it's like we did get to it did sort of lead, things did properly lead into the wild stuff that happens in that ending.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be cool to see how much of that does come in direct play in the rest of the series going forward.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if they will maybe do another case of releasing a sort of movie kind of thing like they did, of sort of hitting the key points of it maybe, or if they will like rehash that stuff in a future game somehow.
Maybe.
Because
thing is, it's
such a weird thing.
Really, if you reflect on it for like just a little bit, it becomes very clear very quickly when you think about it. Like everything, like starting with 13 and like onward from that, Final Fantasy was in a real rough place.
Oh yeah.
During the
special thanks to Yoshi P
era that carried on. Hey. But yeah, it's wild.
Square as a whole was in a very rough place for a long time, and still is. As our good friend Million Sandwiches says, Square Enix is a hell company. It's hard. You forget when you primarily interact with 14, which is just a well-oiled machine at this point, because Yoshi P is just really good at his job. Square Enix has been making some weird ass decisions for years, and
they've always made weird decisions, but
and like they've kind of they really got bad in like the whole era of Versus 13 up through 13 just from 13 up onward. It just
Yeah, like the HD era hit a lot of studios really hard.
yeah.
Is the thing.
A lot of places really
They-
did not know how to handle the HD era properly.
Yeah, they really thought they could make their own engine, and that's one big thing. Like
Yeah.
the Crystal Tech engine, or whatever it was called, was a mistake.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, Crystal Tools. That's it. Oh my God, you got the gamer time.
I got the gamer time. Yo!
Congrats, gamer. Get that bread.
Gotta get a screenshot of that.
Yeah. God.
Gamer time.
Congrats on gamer time.
Truly, I am the gamer.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah. All right, that's one Final Fantasy down.
Prophecy foretold.
15, possibly 16 to go, depending on how long this takes.
Oh, a lot more than that. A lot more than that.
Oh, yeah, that's
Oh, this
true.
is interesting. The bestiary shows you where enemies show up.
We've got a lot of spin-offs, too. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no. An enemy type I didn't see. Oh god.
You did 100%. You have to
Oh
go
god,
back.
2, 3.
You missed 3.
Ah! It's fine.
Unbelievable.
My Chivos.
I'm curious, can we see Chaos's stats? Is that something we can see in the bestiary?
Nope.
Oh, come on, tell us those juicy numbers. They tell us this one. I guess because you can technically see him, but it maybe doesn't
Yeah,
count
these
as...
are the refight versions of them. 2800, 3200, 3600, 5500.
Yeah, and he must have had more than that, so...
Yeah, look at that. Tiamat, that Tiamat 2400. This Tiamat 5500.
Mm. Pretty big step up.
Yeah, like, it's a big step up too, like 2800, 3200, 3600, 5500.
Mm. And then, yeah, Chaos was definitely a big
Chaos
step
was
beyond
definitely
that, too.
a lot bigger, yeah.
Shame they don't let us see his stats. I really wanted to know.
Yeah. Alas. What's in the gallery? Oh. Ah.
Yes, that's Tiamat. That's Kraken, all right. Will he be making... He's not making the face. He has a much more intimidating face.
Yeah. Still incredibly Jim Henson.
Yes.
Ah, there's the Black Knights. They look less small.
They look less small and more, Golbez.
Yeah. You don't generally see people posting like these just like pure ink Amano arts like this.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. These guys still look really weird.
They're very cool.
These are the weirdest robots ever. I love them.
They look like they're cobbled together from, like, pieces
Yeah.
of other robots.
Ochu.
Almost.
That's a hell of a composition for a
Yeah.
Tyrannosaur. Jeez.
The teeth look more like a necklace.
Yeah. Mummy coming out of a box. These guys.
He looks like he's ready to spook Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
Cool. Mm-hmm. Neat.
There's such a
Nice.
way to like how Amano draws monsters that like even something like a
Yes.
dragon looks so like intense and intimidating.
It's similar to Mike Mignola in some ways with the harsh shadows and stuff, especially.
It
in
looks
these
very
inks.
like it definitely like I was thinking is like Mike Mignola. It's got this very horror kind of vibe to it.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking with Molly about like character in the sort of the big character and artists of video games, like Amano, Shinkawa, Kaneko, of how one of the things that always stands out with those artists in particular is that like when you look at art for concept art they put out, it's very composed. It's a piece. It's always a piece.
Absolutely.
Every single one of these, and these are reflected in the sprites as well for them. Is like these aren't just like this is what the character looks like. It's not like a model sheet. It's not like just like informational stuff. Which like there's some artists who do a bit of that in the way they compose. Even like Kaneko with SMT is kind of like that in how they draw them, but just like they always have slightly more dynamic poses than just standing there, obviously. But like
which in an RPG especially that's important because you're probably going to see one sprite.
Yeah, especially one where like one that has the sort of visual novel sort of presentation that Persona and SMT have, obviously, where those sprites are going to be showing up over dialogue a lot. But
exactly.
With like Amano especially, you definitely see just like each of these is like a whole composition to tell you like the creature or the character in a way. They're in some kind of action pose or something, or or just the shading and the lighting is telling like a part of the composition, and like it's just really cool to see these as full art pieces.
Yeah, it's real neat.
Look at that shark.
That's a cool shark.
Ooh. I also wanted to look at some of these upper ones that are a little more full things. There's the title screen. Oh, that's cool. I like that a lot.
That is also cool, yeah. Crystals, there's important.
The classic one. That's that classic one. That's that classic Warrior of Light there. Oh, that's cool.
Different color scheme.
I've never seen this version of it. It's more close to the color. I guess it's closer to the colors of the fighter in the game, in a way.
God.
Yeah, like this is the Amano art always just has this vibe of like this is not just a standard fantasy world. This is a whole. This is a very surreal, mystical place.
Yeah.
Look at the flying fortress. Look at that.
Look at that orb nearby.
Like, this is
I guess that's the airship.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, it's like this is the thing of like the kind of stuff that you could not like get in game as well as strongly as just like this is a whole flying like city with like lights and like that would be some hell of a thing to see. Battling the dragon. Which dragon? A dragon. Any one of the dragons.
Battling the Ochu.
Oh jeez, that's a hell of Ochu. There's Kraken.
Battling the Kraken.
I think Behemoth.
Oh, we never ran into the Behemoth. That's the one we missed.
The Behemoth tunnel. That's a whole thing. That's not that they like kind of took out of this in a way.
Yeah, which is kind of a shame.
Yeah.
But
Huh? I don't remember. I don't know what this would be. Gee, this guy's a lot.
Chaos enthroned. Yeah, this seems about
Look
right.
at his hands. What his hands are doing. He's got like the two hands that are going that are like clenched, and then he's got the other hand that's like doing this whole like pose.
Look where his torso mouth is positioned.
Yeah, that thing's right there. Also, he doesn't have the knee mouths.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Warriors of Light. Yeah, more poses of the warrior. I've seen, and this one I've seen before too. I have no idea what this like Jin is though. I don't remember. I don't know what this is supposed to represent in the game.
Oh God, fuck! I just realized.
Hmm.
This almost certainly inspired the dark side fight in Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, it very well might have. Yeah.
This art specifically feels like it did.
Oh.
And then a goblin.
The classic goblin of Final Fantasy. Yeah.
God, great.
That's some cool art, man. Oh, I love Amano. I love Amano art. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me.
Yeah, same here.
Oh yeah, it is 1 a.m. here. Yeah.
It's so late. I need to get up early tomorrow to pick up groceries.
I'm sorry.
So. Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, next week, Final Fantasy 2.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to
tomorrow, Sonic Colors. More Halo on Thursday.
I'm looking forward to watching that as well.
Yeah. I will see you later. Good night.
Catch you later,
everybody.
Good night.